have legal status, and actually this also has
2003 and Tunis 2005. Building an informational society represents a strategic choice of the Republic of Moldova, with the public sector as a leading sector, implementation being fulfilled in a coordinated manner and close cooperation with the private sector. The specific objectives of the strategy are to reach in 2005 the indicators of the EU 2010 at the following fields: development of the informational infrastructure and digital content, improve the quality and efficiency of public services provision, development of economy based on informational technologies and communication technologies, improve the educational system, medical assistance, social protection systems of the population based on ICT. Use of ICT is as a determining factor of science and innovation development, and maintain and develop the cultural treasury of the Republic of Moldova, strengthening the moral and patriotic principles in the public conscious, develop the system of cultural and humanistic education, implementation of ICT in the field of justice and democratic processes support. Along with the implementation in the Republic of Moldova of the updated strategy Electronic Moldova, version 2.0, there will be implemented a national system, electronic, dynamic and permanently updated, that is going to make more efficient the reports, the relations between the administration and the citizens, will cover information with regard to all the fields of activity, economic and social, and will include all the existing institutions at the central and local level. In the activity program of the government for 2009-2013 and the program of stabilization and relaunching for 2009-2011, there have been already included the following objectives: the implementation of the electronic governance applications, e-governance, by means of the open tenders based on the competition in order to increase the participation of local IT companies, demonopolization of the transaction and the public acquisitions process by applying the law on electronic documents and digital signatures, support the infrastructure of electronic communication by means of implementation of the concept of developing access to Internet of wideband, reach the level of 20% of the access that will allow to each citizen to have access to informational society benefits by ensuring access, unconditioned access to infrastructure. 45% of the households will have a computer, 55% of the population will have access to Internet, including the local network, and encourage the alternative operators, ensure national coverage, and particularly in rural areas, 90% of the rate of mobile telephony penetration, liberalization of access to infrastructure, to ICT infrastructure, ensure equal conditions of the right to interconnection and access to the local networks, nodes by demonopolization of the communication market, including by restructuring Mall Telecom, ensure functional and financial independence of National Agency for Regulation in the sector, simplification of the framework, legal framework and administration of VAT on transactions of products program, including by clear setting in the text code of the software status conditions. So implementation and ensure the mechanism of functioning of the universal service, creation of a platform for introduction of electronic volume and support the participatory democracy forms by means of electronic system, irrelevant of the place where the citizens is at the moment when the elections take place. Support the ICT infrastructure development in the public education in all levels by implementing new methods of teaching and learning. E-training and e-education that are focused on the society based on knowledge, giving the possibility to communicate interactively with the professors and students from all over the world, facilitate and accelerate the access to new information, active inclusion into the program, into the European Framework Program FP7. The efforts at the moment of the Ministry of Information and Communication Technologies for the implementation of the objectives set are focused on the following documents and activities. So the strategy of ICT sector for 2010-2013, concept for development of access to internet on wideband, stimulate or motivate the competition by means of efficient regulation, strengthening independence of the national agency for regulation in the field, demonopolization of the international land connectivity, developed national connectivity, access to the local NOT, the concept of access to internet on wideband, universal service, e-governance. We have to mention that in this regard there have been forwarded for your attention, for the attention of the donors, 18 projects of technical assistance and investment projects, among which the most important are ensure the access to universal service by means of post offices, which means creation of the relevant infrastructure, and digitalization of broadcasting, which will contribute to the increase of penetration of TV by at the moment accessible only to 89% of the population. We are convinced that the factors that are going to determine the success of our efforts are this political support, strong political support, wide participation of all those interested, and the relevant institutional framework, and the sustainable financing. We consider that the meetings and discussions initiated today will give us the possibility to ensure the building of all mentioned factors. Thank you very much for your attention.
Mulțumim, domnule ministru Olenic. Eu cred că acum trecem direct la următoarea prezentare și apoi vom discuta și vom răspunde la întrebări. Domnul Ciobanu, viceministrul
ICT for doing business and competitiveness.
Okay.
Scuzați. What we'll do is we'll have this presentation from Mr. Ciobanu, and then the Prime Minister will need to leave, and then when he leaves, we'll have a coffee break, okay? And then we'll come back and have comments or questions, okay? Thank you.
Mrs. Director, Prime Minister will know that the TIC ICT area are in general the backbone of the economy of Republic of Moldova. The implementation of the most performing services in the ICT sector related to the environment, to the business environment, is a bridge to entrepreneurship activities and the modern environment. The development of ICT at the beginning of the 21st century led to the fact that this technology is considered the most important tool for increasing competitiveness at the international level. At this time, it is very attractive for the national economy. I would like to make an overview now of the evolution of the global market for ICT and also ICT in the Republic of Moldova. It should be mentioned that according to the International Data Corporation data, the size of the ICT market related to the expenditures to all final consumers in 2006 are 1.6 trillion USD. It is estimated that until 2010 this value would increase with 60%, and in 2020 this indicator will reach $20 trillion. As to the evolution of the ICT market in the Republic of Moldova, we can see here an essential increase since 2003 to 2008, which almost doubled. As to the share of the added value of the ICT sector in the GDP, we can see that in 2005 there's an increase as compared to 2003, and maybe it was due to the fact that for about 5 years the ICT sector was not was not taxed, and this increase, respectively, has registered a slow decrease until in 2008 from 10.77 to. At the same time, we can see that the fiscal environment for the IT companies was very beneficial. They did not pay any taxes, which in this year this expires. These conditions expire, but it will be in some way continued because the income tax will be zero. At the same time, the social insurance for the employees was lower than the average rate in the country, and the turnover of the sector has increased in 2008 and as compared to 2006 by 2.6 times. The vision of the government business for Moldova is that the entire process started with starting a business, and until doing business and liquidating the business, all of these activities should be supported through ICT. As to the streamlining, the launch and optimization of the businesses, the state registration unit chamber implements the single shop together with the social insurance and healthcare insurance and the database of the state registry chamber to eliminate many procedures. Of course, this leads to time savings. At the same time, we launched the idea of one-stop shop for launching businesses. We have implemented on a large scale ICT technologies, and currently the state registration chamber, we have an online real-time 10 unique centers for registration offices where we have legal counsels and state registers. The registration of the company lasts for 2 working days, and for the registration entrepreneurs it could take only 24 hours. The average cost of registering a business is on average $60 US dollars. As to the licensing chamber activities, we also have implemented the same principle to obtain extend the license for the licensed activity. All 135 documents are verified at the one-shop stop. At the same time, with the new governance plan for 2009-2013, we suggest a revision of the licensing law in order to exclude the doubling of regulations through licensing and various types of permits and authorizations. We think that in March-February, the Parliament will be discussing the new law on licensing. Also, the customs offices started the implementation of a one-shop stop at the border, and respectively, Vamtech informed the state enterprise of the customs service has developed in software Unipass, and currently the customs service promotes the simplification of custom clearance procedures through adopting a single custom duty, and at the same time introducing online statements for companies with a high credibility level. At the same time, we're finalizing the implementation of the one-stop shop at the registration chamber. This measure will ensure time savings for the health insurance and for the social insurance companies. At the beginning of 2009, we started processing information through the barcode, which is information support in the relation between the taxpayers and fiscal inspectorate that will be used at the same time with the e-statement system. At the same time, this is a temporary solution, and we now have a barcode for reading the reports, and later on we will automate the filling in of fiscal reports and online verification of taxes, and we will not use the certificate for debts to the budget. At the same time, we will implement the the electronic e-guide, the electronic guide for taxpayers. The Ministry of Information Technologies and Communication has started the provision of electronic services. At this time, we have the following online services for legal entity: issuing the extract of the state registry of enterprises or individual enterprises, information about the launch of the initiating reorganization and liquidation procedure, information for the succession of rights and obligation, issuance of the certificate, preparing documents for the registration of enterprises, and others. The implementation of some information technologies in principle has given very specific results, very positive results, and if we look at in comparison with the number of days for registering business, it was reduced from 28 to 17 days. As to the duration of obtaining a license, from 32 days until 18 days. The solution of the government business for 2010, we propose to simplify the access to digital signature for the business environment, to demonopolization of the procedure of certification and public keys and infrastructure associated, which means the initiation of implementing procedure of single-stop shop based on information technologies and constructions, implementation of industrial parks and business incubators through virtual solutions, establishing a unified way of the one-stop shop in the Asikuda world of the customs service, and also establishing at the statistical bureau the possibility of online sending and filling in of statements and reports.
Great. Thank you very much for that very good presentation. We'll now have our coffee break, and we'll come back in about 15 minutes. Thank you.
Responsabil trebuie să acorde. Aprețierea expune spre vorbitul este che un corso di facciamo ci sono una nuova siamo șase, 3, 5, 3 de 5, 0. Nu, dar să spun așa, 6, 9, 2, 3, 5, 5, 0.
Good. Vina.
Valeriu, bună ziua, Uite, aveți telefonul lui Roșuoru. E că el a fost invitat, dar nu și văd că nu vine la seminarul ăsta tehnologie informațională, el e foarte serios și eu nici nu știu la față cum arată. Și eu să ies și el să vie măcar să adun document. Da, dar aici sunt șepi, numai și acolo, cu pauză și acum sunt șepi.
I'm here, Malcolm.
Spuneți că e foarte important.
Oh, good. What? What?
Și e că acum e ora 10.
What? I know.
Sunt șepi.
Laundromat. Yeah.
A doua sesiune. S-a terminat prima și începe a doua sesiune.
Amazing. That's wonderful. No. That's wonderful. We should write it up and we should do a write-up of it. Let's do a write-up. I know. I have wonderful. I know it. I know. I know. That's a wonderful. Thank you, Menachem. Thank you.
So I wanted just to say hello to you.
Hi. How are you doing? Good to see you.
Nice to see you
I'm
too.
glad you could. Were you here earlier?
Yes, of course.
Okay, I didn't see you.
My boss also attended the first part.
Oh, he
Some
did?
guys will be-
Okay, good. Well, welcome. I hope it should be quite interesting.
It's very interesting initiative and very helpful. I believe it's exactly to our first discussion about collaboration.
Let's see how what comes out of this. I think it will be important to see how this evolves into real.
Because exists a lot of good initiatives and experiences. It's important just to pick out the right one and to have a startup team.
Exactly. Exactly. Yes. I was going to say, who wants to be the prime minister? Yeah. Who wants to be the prime minister? Could we gather? Are still people out in the hallway? Okay, let's get started.
Quite impressive.
We have a new prime minister. Okay, let's get started. We're running ahead. We're running ahead of schedule, which is a good thing.
Stretch out.
If everybody could please take a seat.
You know your pointer? Pointer.
Let me first ask if anybody has any questions for Minister Olienik or Deputy Minister Ciobanu on their presentations on Moldova e-transformation and on the doing business agenda. Any comments or questions on those two presentations? Yes, vă
Eu n-aud. N-aud. Microfonul. Could you please ask the 36% of the strategy is implemented, but if we're talking about the chapter of e-health, did you calculate what is the share of the provisions of the strategy were implemented for the e-health chapter? Spoke about the percentage of the actions that were implemented. Now we are working on an analysis of all the chapters related to e-health and all the other compartments, and in the nearest future we will make a presentation about each compartment, and at the end of this week we have a meeting with the Ministry of Health where we will be analyzing everything, all the tasks that have been achieved so far. Indeed, there are a lot of important issues, because in principle in 2009 almost nothing was done. We were always dealing with mostly political activities, but I can assure you that the new strategy that will be developed, all the compartments, all the chapters will be analyzed, and we will go on in a very structured manner in all the areas. We do have a lot of questions for the health sector. We did not make a decision about the branding of the medicines, which is a problem, and the government did not make a decision about that, and many other things and issues. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Minister, during the past years at this kind of meetings, usually when they present the IT situation in the Republic of Moldova, they provide information and visions and opinions about the Ministry of Information Development or the government. It is not difficult to understand that in fact the private sector has successes and achievements and implementations that could also be presented and that would present Moldova in a better light. In any country, the private sector has a higher share than the state, than the government, in all the areas. IT is not an exception. So they present these visions for years, but they don't speak about the private sector. What was done, what are the issues in this sector, and especially what we can take over from the experience of the private sector, because for the government institutions to benefit from these services. That is why I think you're just at the beginning of the road. I think that the ministry should have a more responsible approach to the relationship to the private sector in the country, including the issues related to adopting various regulations and instructions that are used subsequently for the implementation of national level systems. Thank you very much for your question. I don't know, maybe you had been invited or maybe not, but now we are working on the strategy in this area, and the ministry deals with that for the past 3 months. We already had 3 meetings with the Association of Private Operators in the sector, and we are looking into all the issues of the sector, everything that I have presented today, all the issues that I have presented today, all of them are stemming from the meetings that we had with the private sector. including the demonopolization of international traffic and the issues related to Telecom. All of these that I have mentioned, they have been defined as a result of the meetings with the private operators. Here we have the chairman of the association, other operators that we have met with. I'm sorry, but the attitude of the ministry towards the private operators is completely different. I agree with you that the activity of the state enterprises leaves room for improvement, and the best experience, especially related to management, we should definitely take over from the private sector. And this was not conceived by us, discovered by us. But I do recognize that we need to discuss as often as possible with the private sector, including with you. Okay, I have another question. You spoke about e-science. In general, what is the concept of the government for allocations for science research and IT? Do you think it is reasonable to invest money in subdivisions of the Academy of Sciences to make research in the IT area? How do you see the cooperation with private institutions and universities to become more practical, to use the public money in a more practical and efficient way? I want to say that last week we had a meeting with decision makers from the education sector and the Ministry of Education and the universities that are preparing specialists in the IT area, and they do have a lot of problems. First of all, within the universities that prepare specialists, they do have a lot of problems. But until now there was a gap between the sector of the IT sector and education sector related to the internship of students and the laboratories that are available for students at the universities and many other things. I would like to say that all the issues of the sector, even as we speak, a lot of people, even when speak now, a lot of people hear it for the first time, because around 700, we produce around 700 specialists every year, 700 graduates, IT graduates, and we permanently continue to have issues with the lack of specialists. We need to train them from scratch, because we have problems with the teaching staff and with the training level and the curriculum, etc. There is a series of problems. As to the scientific research, I think the best implementation would be to work with industrial parks, because we don't want to invent the bike, especially for our country. I think this is not very good, because there are countries who have been already through this, and when we will reach their level, we will start inventing something new ourselves. This is our opinion, that today, based on the existing situation, when budget allocation of funds is rather problematic, I think that this kind of meetings like today, and I would like once again to thank the organizers, would be a very good basis for the development of the IT sector of Moldova. I hope I have answered your question. I understand that I cannot give you all the answers ever, but I would like to call on you to establish a cooperation, because we are open 24 hours a day to do something. Thank you. Minister Victor Beshliu, even though I am here as a representative of the NGP, because I have a question, because you have thrown a stone in my garden. As to the technical university, I would like to express a small wish of the ministry. Nevertheless, education together with science research, it should be responsibility of the universities, and I have noticed that in the strategy, education is a priority. Let us not leave the education at the last place. We have very good specialists that unfortunately have to leave the country, but if we look around here, we have a lot of former students that were very good then and are very good now. We just need to pay more. We just need more attention from the government, attention that they are worth. receiving, and I hope that the ministry and the government will take that into consideration, because you know very well, if we don't invest in education, we'll have to invest later on in prisons. I know what you're talking about. I think that in our country we should invest most of all for education and the health of the population. I think these are the most important values. But I would like to say that in the nearest future we will be developing regulations that will be like a law for state enterprises, where the student of faculties of IT will have the possibility to carry out their internship, their annual course paper and license paper, to prepare them together. And I think that we should establish to this end a closer cooperation between students and the private sector. Mr. Minister, I'm Anna Kirița from the ICT Association. As to the education, we had several meetings, as the minister said, together. I would like to declare in front of the others, not only in front of the ministry, that the association representing the private companies is ready to cooperate with the line ministry, with the Ministry of Education, with universities, in order to contribute to the improvement or supplementing the educational process. We have success stories like Kandava, Molchal, Pentalog. All of the companies are doing something for the educational sector, and our proposal was for these activities to be correlated, because private companies are prepared, are ready. If we will be supporting now to allocate certain resources, ideas, proposals, all kinds of resources for this to happen. Thank you very much. I think that it was necessary to hear such a declaration at today's meeting. This statement is mostly repeated because it was made previously. My name is Sorin Khadyrka. I am a team leader from a DFID project. Of course, as the minister said, ICT is a solution for development, but sometimes we should be very careful in order not to make ICT a barrier to development. And I would like to explain what I mean. Digital signature that is considered as an entrance point for the provision of public services is sometimes used as a bottleneck for the development of this kind of services for various reasons. Either it is very expensive or it is distributed slowly, it is not accessible to everybody. I was very happy to see in your presentation an item about the demonopolization of this segment of the market. What is the vision of the ministry? Do you plan to continue to work with this digital signature for everybody, or are you going to liberalize the market for some public services where security is not an issue, for some services to be provided with a password? First of all, of course, we will liberalize the market, and each service needs to be analyzed in terms of security necessary. We do have here some serious problems, but as a result of this kind of analysis, I think we will find the best solution. We need to cooperate with the users of all these services. Thank you. I would like to add to what Mr. Khadyrka said. It is extremely important. Yandava as a company provides services to many first-rate companies from the banks from the West, and indeed in Western banks they don't use as widely as possible digital signature. Sometimes when they send data, information, documents between the bank, within a bank, the bank decides which one should have a digital signature. In Moldova we have adopted the legislation that basically make it mandatory for banks, for internet banking transactions or other types of transactions, to use digital signatures. A digital key the price of a digital key is 1,000 or even more lei. If we give access to the entire population, especially students, they have to buy this key for 1,000 lei, and sometimes it needs to be updated. It is not reasonable. Either we reduce the cost of the keys, or the CTC that is responsible today for that provides assistance to the companies and private and public institutions to use reasonably the digital signature. I think this issue has to be discussed by the ministry, and the solution should be promoted through a government decision, because this is how we're hindering online services for banks and for individuals. I think that this is a very important issue, and I would like to thank Mr. Hadirka for mentioning it. First of all, we started an internal local discussion about this at a time that is not very good. Our purpose was to listen and to discuss about the experience of the Singapore. But the questions that we're discussing right now are important for our guests to understand the context, the current context of Moldova, so that they can provide examples and as relevant for our situation as possible. As to the digital signature, I think that these questions and comments about this process that is just being launched in Moldova, we are a bit ahead, because digital signature is not implemented on a wide scale. We don't have a very clear list of services that will require the use of digital signatures and those that would not. And I think that this process for finalizing the conditions in which one service or another is provided will start in 2010, and it will be as participative and consultative as possible. I'm very happy that this issue, this question, is one of the priorities of the private sector, and I think that together with you we will manage to organize this process as efficient as possible. Of course, the center that is responsible for the implementation of the solutions for the use and management of digital signature, probably it won't be the only center that would provide such services, but we need to ensure regulations. We need to see how data exchange between the center will take place. These are new things for Moldova, and I think that with the help with the private sector and the external consultants, we will be able to choose the best way and to avoid a lot of mistakes that we might do. I would like to say something too. Probably you had the possibility to download the streamlining plan from the Ministry of Economy, and item 51 says simplifying access to digital signature for the general public and the business environment, demonopolization of the procedure of public keys, and the deadline is June 2010. That is suggested by the Ministry of Economy, but believe me, they do need your support and your constructive lobby. And when we will be discussing ICT for business, and again we will have the representatives of the Ministry of Economy, feel free to ask this question them as well, because it is necessary to join our efforts.
Okay,
Thank you.
I think we need to cut off the discussion. We're exactly on time now, and I think we were running early, but now we're on time to move into session 2. But I think a lot of the questions and comments that you've made here here today, just now, I think we'll learn a lot from the Singapore experience and how they dealt with some of these issues. So let's listen very attentively and ask some questions and pose these questions within the Moldova context. Before I hand the chair over to Minister Olejnik, he's chairing session 2, I'd like to tell you that this is a supposedly green workshop. We have not handed out any PowerPoint presentations, paper copies. Only the agenda is a paper copy. So we're going to have all of the presentations on our website, so you can get them, or you can download them at the Moldova World Bank website. Okay. So let me now hand the chair over to Minister Olejnik to chair this next session, and we can hear from the Singaporeans about their experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much to everybody. Of course, this meeting is very important for all of us. Once again, thank you. I would like to thank the organizers. I hope that we will have better outcomes. And now allow me to give the floor to the director. Ronnie Wee.
Thank you. Mr. Minister, ladies and gentlemen, listening to my translation. Yeah. A very good morning to everyone here. And I think it was very illuminating and interesting to hear all the different comments and challenges. And I think it sort of brings us back. It's almost deja vu over the last many years. I think these are issues that are near and dear to all of our hearts in terms of how we dealt and address a lot of these issues. What I'm not going to do today in the presentation is to solve every single one of them. But what I am going to do today is really to share the experiences and learnings that Singapore has gone through over the last, I'd say, 20 to 30 years of positioning ICT as a strategic enabler and, as my CEO mentioned, a real economic driver for Singapore's growth to where it is today. I'll start and talk a little bit about Singapore, where we started. I'll then talk a bit about how we really positioned ICT as a strategic enabler for both innovation as well as for building the country and growth. And then I'll talk a little bit about some e-government examples and case studies. And I think my colleague in the afternoon as well, the next day or so, will talk a little bit about some more details about them. Okay, Singapore, some of you may know, really started as a fishing village, gained independence from the British in 1965. Since then, we've basically built an ICT industry about $40 billion US, with an annual growth of about 12.4%. A GNI per capita is currently at about 34,000 US. And we've basically grown GDP about 130 times in the last 44 odd years or so. In 1981, the government decided to position ICT as a strategic enabler of growth, and there we started with about 800 ICT or so professionals. Today, we've close to 145,000 ICT professionals that contribute. Okay. Sorry. Households today with access to computers is 80%, and those with internet access is currently about 76%. I think one of the things we're quite proud of doing is really positioning Singapore as one of the top places in the world, really number one for the last 4 years, as a place that is easy to do business. And so what that does is it attracts a lot of foreign direct investment. It's very easy for entrepreneurs to start businesses, and it is very easy for companies to grow and be nurtured in the environment. Now, what I'll share a little bit later on is how the government played a very instrumental role in creating this sort of ecosystem or business environment for this to happen. Singapore today is ranked as one of the easiest places to do business by World Bank. It's one of the most open economies for both international trade as well as investment, and it's one of the most competitive countries in Asia. Our people are among some of the most skilled, I guess, in Asia Pacific, and they tell me we are a very motivated workforce. And I think what's also important that the government has made a concerted effort was to not just make it an easy place to do business, but to attract the top talent, and is really to provide an environment that attracts people not just to work, but also to live as well as to play. And I think that's important as you want to attract top talent from multinationals, etc., to provide this entire ecosystem of activities, which includes housing, schools for children, a safe environment, a good legal infrastructure. So these are basic things that the government has made an effort to promote. I'll talk a little bit about ICT. Over the last almost 30 years, which started in 1981, as I mentioned, the government made a concerted effort to position ICT as a strategic enabler. Since then, we've had about 6 different ICT master plans. It started in 1981, where the government said we want to computerize the entire government. So get rid of paper and replace manual processes with automated processes. We then started on the next ICT plan in 1986, which is really to provide and build a communications infrastructure to link all the different government departments together, as well as to link the country together. That means start to lay infrastructure to connect households as well as businesses, as well as the government. In 1992 to 1999, we started to looking at building different types of applications and systems that the government would then roll out to citizens. In 2000 to 2003, some of you remember, would be the internet boom, when we started to look at putting a lot of our e-services and solutions for both businesses as well as for citizens on the internet. And in 2003 to 2006, we basically went to the next level of infrastructure, which is to put in the broadband infrastructure. And I'll talk a little bit about this in detail a bit later on. Our latest master plan, which is dubbed in 2015, really looks at using ICT to drive growth in each of the different economic drivers in Singapore, namely financial services, tourism, healthcare, customs and trade, transportation, and logistics. You can see from the slide here, we started, these are the various national Infocom plans, and next to that we basically also developed specific government Infocom plans, which basically make sure that we achieve all the different national objectives and national outcomes. So we started, as I mentioned, the first 3 plans really to computerize the entire government as part of what we call the civil service computerization program. We then began with developing various e-government solutions, and that were rolled out as part of what we call e-GAP, or e-Government Action Plan 1, and then e-Government Action Plan 2. And the latest one to really support in 2015 is no more e-government, but I-government, where the entire government is seen as a holistic service provider to customers, as in this case, citizens. As part of this, Singapore is then ranked one of the second most transparent country, and definitely the most transparent Asian country. Now, IDA is a statutory board. It's basically an agency of the Singapore government that was formed in 1999, really as a merger between National Computer Board then and the Telecommunications Authority of Singapore. IDA performs three major roles. First role is really to build the Infocom industry in Singapore. The second role is to be the Infocom master planner and developer. So we are the chief architects of Singapore's ICT plan for the government. And the third function really is we serve as the government chief information officer. So we are responsible for basically all the IT systems, applications, and infrastructure for the Singapore government. We also provide all the resources, the ICT resources, for all the different ministries within the government. So in this way, we architect, plan, and also to some degree manage the ICT for the entire government. So in this way, we manage the to maintain standards and consistency across the whole government. Okay, IDA International, the company that we are from, is basically 100% subsidiary of IDA. And our main task is really to be the executing arm of IDA in collaboration with foreign governments. So our mission really is to help public agencies deliver better socio-economic outcomes through the use of ICT, or in this case, Public Service Infocom. This is basically a holistic view, almost sort of the cheat sheet or the answer to how Singapore has sort of organized its ICT in the last 20 to 30 years. We started on the very top by defining the vision and what we wanted to achieve in terms of outcomes and objectives. In this case, we wanted to create a knowledge-based economy. We wanted to have a digital society and have full inclusion. That means not just for the upper middle class or even for the middle class, but every single person in Singapore must have access to the internet and IT. We want to build a strong and a knowledgeable ICT workforce, and we want each of them, both citizens as well as businesses, to be able to create value using ICT. We want to then also make sure that this growth is sustainable, and companies are adding what we call EVA, or economic value add, driven by. So these were the broad, what we call objectives or outcomes that we wanted to achieve. We then sat down and developed what we call the ICT master plan to achieve these objectives. And we break down these areas into sort of 5 broad categories, namely the governance structure to implement this, the industry that's required to support ICT, the government applications and systems to deliver better service levels to both citizens and government. And underlying this, we need obviously to have the human capability and capacity. And under this, we have the basic infrastructure, which is so important for an internet or knowledge-based economy. You have to have a good technical and technology infrastructure. And governance, we talk about leadership, policies, structure, roles, accountability, and processes. These are critical pieces of any successful implementation of e-government. Okay, I do apologize for this complicated slide. but it does talk about the different applications and systems that IDA is responsible for architecting and rolling out. And this includes systems for services for businesses, services for citizens, as well as services for employees. One of the key uses of ICT is also in Singapore is to drive growth of specific industry areas. So we have an entire industry development team within IDA that develops strategies to use ICT to drive financial services, healthcare, trade and logistics, tourism, etc. We also develop programs to level up or to improve the knowledge base of citizens, ICT professionals, as well as business leaders, which include curriculums, digital inclusion, skills development, and adult and lifelong learning. And underpinning and underlying all of this, which is absolutely critical, is the national communications infrastructure. I'll touch on a little bit about what we're doing on this a bit later. I'll now talk about some case studies. Singapore is ranked one of the easiest places to do business, primarily because of two important systems, which I understand are very similar to what you in Moldova are rolling out today. The first is a service called BizFile. And this is an award-winning system that allows users to set up a business, in some cases, within 20 minutes. The system basically is web-based and it can be accessed through multiple channels, and basically aggregates all the different forms you need to fill into a single window. The next application is an application or service called OBLS, or Online Business Licensing System. And this basically allows a business owner to apply for a license in a single window. So rather than an individual having to go to multiple agencies to fill up forms and apply for various licenses, he just fills up one form and it's distributed to multiple agencies. And depending on the license, within a matter of days, his license is approved and he can start business. Again, I'm not going to do justice to it here, so I'm going to allow my colleague to go into more details a bit later in the afternoon. And again, OBLS won us several awards, and I think it's one of the key areas why we ranked consistently number one in terms of ease of doing business. The next e-service is an application, an e-procurement application called GBiz. And GBiz is a one-stop e-procurement system mandated to be used by every single agency in Singapore. Through GBiz, agencies can apply and can procure equipment, services, and go into tenders and period contracts with suppliers. It's currently used by 120 different agencies, 10,000 end users, 40,000 suppliers, and we transact today in excess of $20 billion in terms of transactions through that. And this is just for the government. Through a variety of demand aggregation and various period contracts and tenders, we estimate savings, depending on the type of contract, of between 5 to 20% of total procurement for the government. So this is a significant amount of savings that the government goes through, which can then be redeployed to basically building other ICT services. I talked about infrastructure. In Singapore, we have basically launched wireless broadband throughout the entire Singapore. Today we have more than 7,000 hotspots, over 1 million subscribers now, with access speeds for free internet access of up to 1 megabit per second. So this is a public-private partnership where the Singapore government actually co-funds this infrastructure, knowing how important it is to have broadband access available to everybody. The next initiative, as part of our current plan, is really to lay fiber optic cable to every single household in Singapore. So this is a massive initiative where the government itself is actually putting in up to 1 billion Sing dollars, about $600 million in investment in partnership with private entities to roll out this network. Through this infrastructure, we will then have access speeds in the house of minimum 1 gigabit per second, but really it is unlimited. From a wireless perspective, we actually oversee a WiMAX network to connect all the different ships that come into Singapore. And through this network, we offer offshore regulatory filings, electronic data exchange, and access to various port-type applications and communications with ships. So this again helps to position Singapore as one of the more competitive ports in the world. Education is seen to be a very key enabler of ICT in Singapore. And we break down education into 3 key areas, namely the iExperience, iAccess, and iLearn. And in iExperience, we basically create an entire portfolio of learning experience and journeys for students and create collaborative learning environment. In iAccess, we basically create tablets to provide students with one-on-one learning capabilities. And in iLearn, we create various textbooks and digital exchanges to promote the whole learning experience. We've just embarked on a new project called Schools of the Future that basically creates tablets, and I think we'll share a little bit about that later on how new technology is going to enhance the whole learning experience between students and teachers. Examples of some of the projects include 3D virtual learning, global collaboration on projects, personalized learning and interactive content, and games. In healthcare, basically, we have rolled out personalized healthcare delivery, which includes a single electronic medical record, clinical decision support systems, clinical research databases, home monitoring systems, and a single personal health record that everyone carries along with them. We've also recently transformed the entire tax department in Singapore. On the left, you see the old tax department with stacks and stacks and stacks of paper. And the current situation where we've basically put everything on the internet, and the unfortunate thing is made it very, very easy for people to pay tax. So basically, I think in the last 10 years or so, we've rolled out close to 1,600 different e-services. The IDA has been instrumental in rolling out, providing the infrastructure as well as rolling out each of these different e-services. And from a survey, it seems that citizens are actually very, very pleased with the services that we've rolled out. So the next leap really in e-government, this is a quote by our senior minister, Minister Goh Chok Tong, which says governments must evolve to provide an open IT platform to nurture an ecosystem of IT services. New participants, private sector, or individual knowledge workers can now freely innovate and create value-added services on top of or even superseding current public services. So that really is the role today of Singapore and specifically IDA, is to provide that platform and that ecosystem. And for us to really leverage ICT to bring it to the next level. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention and open the floor to any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Vă mulțumim, domnul director. Vă rog, stimați colegi, întrebări.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Dear colleagues, please questions.
Eu cred că este foarte consistentă informația și
I believe that the information is very consistent, and I think the information also have to correspond to the information. Okay, if there are no questions at the moment, I guess we will come back to these issues a bit later. So maybe I can... So there is a question. Yes, please. So I'm Sergio Panaghiou from the World Bank. I believe the audience do not have questions because I guess we all were a bit shocked. I hope we just saw our future. So, Ronnie, I have a question. I believe that any project of implementation, transformation with the ICT system, I believe the most important problem in the implementation is the transfer or overcoming the problems of interministerial cooperation or coordination, I believe. So I believe that we have here involved different, including personal ambitions and corporative interests. So how did you manage to overcome all these problems?
Okay, thank you for that. One of the areas that we created, especially for interministerial e-services, is to create a task force that comprised of key members from various ministries and led by actually the head of civil service. And they would be tasked to roll out specific cross-ministerial e-services. One example, which I think my colleague will share in the afternoon, OBLS. As you can imagine, applying for a business license cuts across multiple agencies. And it is absolutely critical to have a task force or to a core team, as well as a proper governance structure to ensure that any issues that involve different ministries are addressed centrally, and these decisions are made and driven by the head of civil service or a higher authority.
Thank you. I agree with Sergio. I think the conclusion of your presentation, everybody was like, wow, this is really something else. And so I'm sure that people will now have some questions after having a chance to take it all in. So thank you very much for that impressive presentation, and what you've been able to accomplish is extremely impressive. I wanted to ask a question based on a workshop that both Juan and I were at last week on climate change. And as you know, we have the Copenhagen Climate Change Conference going on right now. But one of the conclusions of the workshop that we were at last week was that by introducing ICT into government, into society, you reduce your carbon footprint substantially. You reduce your impact on the environment substantially. For example, you showed the piles of paper that you had back in 1991, and now you're paperless. So I wondered whether you had measured what kind of impact you had on the environment, a positive impact on the environment from introduction of ICT. You might not have the answer to that question, but I think it's something that you might want to think about. You know, how Singapore's footprint compares on a per capita basis versus other countries.
Yes. Okay, I don't think we've actually specifically measured it. What we have sort of measured is rather than each agency having to have their own ICT systems, their own servers, their own hardware, their own set of processes and carbon footprint, as you put it, we've managed to basically consolidate all the different government services and all the different applications into a single data center and run it and operate it centrally. What that means is that we've been able to basically aggregate the services for all the different government departments to a single location. But in terms, well, yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Ronnie, thank you for your presentation. I have a question. What would be some of the barriers that you have met during your the implementation of different phases of everything that you have shown? Some of the barriers either IDA has met, or the government in cooperation with the business community, or any other thing. Thank you.
Okay. Well, humans and resistance to change, and absolute refusal to change. Well, that's the million-dollar question. Well, again, I think as I'm stealing a little bit of the presentation a bit later on, but we basically set up many task forces and what we call teams that cut across multiple ministries, and used, I guess, what we call both the carrot and stick method. The carrot method, or the sort of the stick method, was really as we create and launch multiple services that cut across different ministries. We actually have a report card where the head of service actually reports on a monthly basis with all the heads of agencies there, just to report what the status of each of the agencies for this specific application, and to show the progress, whether it's green, orange, or red. And this report would go up to the Prime Minister, and in front of all their peers, we would show the report card to say, okay, well, for this specific application, which is online business licensing, which is absolutely critical for Singapore's growth and to attract foreign direct investment and to grow new entrepreneurs and businesses, This is your specific agency's progress in terms of working with a team to do business process re-engineering, to restructure the entire application and to basically contribute and add to the success of the project. And you are currently at green, which means you are great and should be celebrated. If you're at red, typically the team would get a call the very next day to say, hey, how can I help and move and create green from red, because I don't want to be shamed in front of everybody again. So there are different mechanisms and methods that we've introduced over time. There are other mechanisms where, again, we take a top-down approach. Again, these are some of the issues, challenges and initiatives that worked in Singapore, but may need to be tweaked slightly for the Moldovan environment. And I think this is where, working together, we can share some of what we've done, and I think Sebastian will share some of that this afternoon, and then we can probably sit down and work out how to, I guess, customize or tweak some of these initiatives. But yes, I think that was one of the greatest barriers, is really resistance to change. And I think that, in a way, is encapsulated under what we call change management, and not to change the management team, but really to change how how processes are done.
Da, mulțumesc. Poftim, domnule Deci.
Pentru implementarea unui asemenea proiect de magnitude.
In order to implement such a project of this magnitude, I believe you have involved specialists not just from the IDA team, but also from other companies from the country. Probably you also had to adopt some standards and regulations that all the actors had to comply with. So in this regard, I would like to know, how did you manage to overcome the situation when the technologies are moving much faster and some of the standards and regulations are already outdated? Let's say, for example, the cloud technology, software services, infrastructure services are some solutions of the new approach of agile development, also some new approaches, but the regulations are old. How did you manage to synchronize the development, the so quick development of the technologies with the regulations which stipulate the integration into a whole?
First and foremost, what we do is we define certain principles that are applicable across time. Right? We try not to put in too specific technology-related products or services as standards, because they do change, and they do change frequently. Right? Okay.
Why I ask this question? Because in Moldova, for example, there are some regulation in regard to the development of software for governmental institutions. These regulations were developed and approved a couple of years ago by people who didn't work in a new environment. Now, for example, we are developing services and applications for the customers located in different countries in the world. And these customers are required to use agile approach, to use software services approach, to have, for example, databases located in different data centers in different countries. But now, trying to use the same approach will give benefits to Moldovan government. These approaches are not accepted because we are using something different, and people cannot understand the changes in technologies. And if in Moldova, it's a small country, not too many institutions, it is difficult to understand and implement. How you manage to do this on your scale? Because I saw a huge amount of application, a huge amount of investment, and probably much more people involved in this process. How you manage this? How you solve this problem?
One of the key things that we put in place in all major programs is something called technology exploration. So while we implement on certain standards, technology, that is applicable in today's context. We concurrently work with the vendors that have been awarded on those contracts on identifying upcoming technologies that has the possibility to replace today's technologies. So we do two things at one go.
Mulțumesc. Poftim, stimați colegi. Da, domnul Sutnic.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Mr. Sitnik. So good morning, but before clarifying more questions, I believe it would be interesting still to see how in Singapore you managed to do the institutionalization. So what kind of institutions, organizations, companies do participate in the creation of the informational society? I mean, who is forming the policies in the field? Who is dealing with the regulation? What is the role of the IDA in this process? So we are also at the start now, and it would be good to see how did you do it at that time, how is it now, and what can you recommend to us?
Yes, that is specifically and categorically the role of IDA, is to set policy for the government as well as for the industry, again in very, very close collaboration with industry. We have a few associations of IT companies, and they meet regularly with the IDA and with the government, and then they feed back up to the IDA, and what we do is we then determine which need policy change, which need regulatory change, and these are recommended up to the government for decision. Right, so that basically is how it's done in Singapore. I hope that answered your question. Do you want to add?
Domnul Sutnic, vreți să adăugați ceva? Nu? Da. Bine, în cadrul discuțiilor mai departe, cred că mai primim răspunsul.
Okay, I think that Mr. Alexander.
Thank you a lot for interesting presentation. We saw a lot of changes in Singapore, and I already have an answer from you because I represent a telecommunication company, and as you said that you are working close with all the companies, private companies. But I have now another question. How Singapore, if to compare with the European countries, the level of development, of IT development, do you have a report or something in comparison with other countries? It's just interesting because we are just at the beginning of this way, and we would like to share with experience with different countries. Thank you.
I don't think we have a specific report. I'm sure many of the agencies and international organizations would have. We do have the Singapore sort of report, which we can share in terms of our own advancements, our own services and infrastructure that we put in vis-a-vis ICT. Europe, I think, as we found, is got multiple levels in terms of maturity and advancement in terms of ICT. I'm not sure a report that would.
No, the idea was if to compare Singapore with some developed European countries.
Okay.
Later in my presentation, you will see that there are comparisons made with other countries. In fact, there are many reports available by various organizations. What we can do is we can refer you to some of these reports that are published online. They do compare Singapore as well as many, many other countries, both in the EU as well as outside of EU.
Just to end, tomorrow at lunchtime, we're launching the World Bank's launching the global report on extending reach and increasing impact. Now, I don't know whether in that report there's any comparison across countries, but I think there is. So if you're interested, you can come tomorrow at 1:30 for that presentation, and we could probably answer that question for you.
Actually, what is important to note, in the major reports, such as ICT 4D, such as Doing Business report, such as the Global Competitiveness report, Singapore is among the top 5. And then you have the European countries.
There are no European countries with a government having a full intranet for all government.
Question. There was one slide that you said there was one country ahead of you. What country was that? And one of the...
Denmark.
Oh, okay. That was for what? Which indicator? Oh, transparency. Denmark was the only country ahead. And the other question is, what is the population of Singapore?
The population is about 4.8, 4.9 million.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, so very, very similar.
Colleagues, thanks a lot. It's similar, yes, but still I think we have to start from the carrot and the stick. So, and then we will move faster. So let me now give the floor to Mr. Fanhava Sabater, main specialist in the ICT sector, for some comments on Roni's presentation. Thank you.
I'm going to just make a few comments based on what we have heard so far at the beginning of the workshop and this presentation today. As the Minister said, my name is Juan Navas Sabater. I am with the Global ICT Department of the World Bank. And this seminar today is actually part of a long series of activities that the World Bank has been doing with the government of Moldova. Over the past few years, we have been assisting the government in analyzing the situation of the sector. We've been providing some inputs to the ICT sector strategy. We've organized a number of seminars, and this is one more of a series of workshops and seminars to help improve knowledge and exchange experiences. And we produced a number of policy notes, including a very specific set of recommendations or suggestions for the government of Moldova. And we're very happy to hear in the minister's presentation that he feels the same way as we, that some of the priority areas that Mr. Minister, you outlined in your presentation are very much in line with what we think, and very much in line, I think, with what we are hearing and what we will continue to hear from Singapore. I just want to highlight a number of those, and I would like to ask a few comments from our Singaporean colleagues on those points.
If you can't hear him, you can use your headphones.
Okay.
The system is designed this way that you can hear the original, even the original only via.
Yes, but I hope that the interpreters are hearing it correctly. Yes, yes. So basically, the key messages that I wanted to share with you regarding how we the way in which we see the sector, which fully coincides with the way the minister presented it in the very beginning, relates to the need to improve the effectiveness of the telecom sector by removing existing bottlenecks. So the issue of opening up the international access, increasing competition in the telecommunications sector, increasing regulatory independence, those are key areas to move ahead. There's also, that is related to the underlying infrastructure, but on top of that, we very clearly heard from our Singaporean colleagues that you need to build the industry, and you need to build government and industry use of ICT. So giving an impulse to ICT in government, the e-government strategies and e-business strategies for businesses, that is an important area, as well as promoting the use of ICTs by society and population at large. And also the area of science, technology and education, giving support to to innovation and development of the IT industry. That is also another critical area, and we're happy to hear that you mentioned it in your discussion. Now, what are the lessons that I think we have heard from Singapore? that can be adapted to Moldova, at least from this very initial presentation. We'll have more detailed discussions, but I think at this stage we are at the strategic level. And based on that, on what we have heard so far, it is very important to underscore how ICT is a strategic enabler of national development. So having ICT at the core, ICT as a pillar of national development strategy, I think is something that we have just heard from Singapore, and we understand that it's also part of your national development strategy. So that is a key ingredient in future success. Second is the issue of involvement at the highest level. So having the Prime Minister, and we're happy that he was here at the very beginning, showing his full support for the ICT agenda. That is another key ingredient, having from the top clear directions that ICT needs to be incorporated in everything we do, having a paperless office, not having printouts of the slides today. That is another key element, and that will trickle down to all government. If the Prime Minister starts communicating with all the ministers by electronic means, and this goes down through all elements of government, and government interacts with citizens by electronic means, that is another key driver of the ICT success. And another area that we have clearly seen from Singapore's presentation is this concept of holistic view, the view of ICT as a driver of the knowledge economy, and the different modules that build that holistic view of ICT, from the network infrastructure to the human capacity, and this very complex and very busy diagram that we saw with the industry and the government, and at the top the governance structure and the institutional infrastructure. So I think having an ICT and an society, and e-Moldova 2.0 that you presented, with all those modules, will be another key element of success. So these were just a few comments, and I hope that we will have more opportunities to discuss. It's not really a question to anybody. It's just trying to bring together what we have just heard from the two sessions, and very happy that we're all of the same mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Juan. Thank you for all your appreciations of our ways of development. Yes, for us it's very important. Okay, let me now give the floor to Mr. Ion Coșolean for some comments on UNDP project. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. I would like to thank our colleagues from Singapore for, first of all, for coming here, for wanting to help us, and for the presentation we've had too. So just several moments that I would like to mention. So we have seen that our strategy, which we have and which is valid now, Electronic Moldova, approved in 2005, has a degree of implementation lower than 50%, let's say. And then in the presentation we've seen made now by our colleagues from Singapore, we see that we have already some of the answers, I believe. So we did have lack of an institutional framework that would ensure the success of strategy implementation. And namely, we did not have the structure that would coordinate the implementation of e-governance, and we didn't have any competitiveness between different structures, which at the moment also persist, including in the implementation of the digital signature and other components. Another aspect that I would like to mention is setting the principles of implementation, standards and regulations that would not affect the implementation of the strategy. So the questions that were put here, and it was clear that when we do have some rigid regulations, and these are not adjusted in time to the requirements of the life or new requirements, because the sector is developing very fastly, very quickly, then this regulation, which at the moment is good, becomes an obstacle. So in the new strategy, as a lesson learned, I think we have to keep in mind this, and for these principles and documents to be open to new technologies. Later, I liked very much the principle of the carrot and the stick, because in fact in very many public institutions there was extremely big resistance, and we have faced it during the implementation of the UNDP supported project of development. So we have noted it mainly in the National Statistics Bureau, where each person responsible for a certain field wants to be the owner of the information they have, and they are not open to the communication between these databases. And I guess this is typical for many other structures, and we do not yet have any methods and mechanisms of motivating these people, these civil servants, to open to something new. And namely, even if we made these mechanisms or instruments of education in the Public Administration Academy, so certificate of computer operation certificate, the civil servants are not motivated to apply them. So that is why we do have to institutionalize the requirements of the civil servants to the growth, to their career growth. We have to make this correlation, and then this would serve as a support or a mechanism of ensuring a better success in the implementation of the new strategy. And this was in fact my comments, so thank you, and I believe that we will continue further discussions based on other documents too. So thank you very much, Mr. Koshulyan. So now let me give the floor to Mr. Sergiu Sitnic, National Agency of Regulation in the field. So thank you, Mr. Minister. It's true that the topic of these discussions, when we talk about the National Regulation Agency, these issues are going to be approached during session number 5 tomorrow from the very morning, and I believe that there we will discuss more about the regulatory framework. And what we've seen now is something very well organized in Singapore regarding the implementation of the infrastructure. So I could tell a lot about how, including in the Republic of Moldova, we tried to implement or to do this building of the informational society. But in fact, what we wanted to do and what we managed to do, in fact, is a very small share of what we managed to do, and compared to what is the situation now in Singapore. So in principle, I can tell just one thing, that the specialists in the field from the Republic of Moldova do see a republic, or do see the Republic of Moldova like you presented today the results of Singapore. So in fact we are going the same way, we want to go the same way, but as I said, we do have many questions to you, so I don't know how to proceed, to ask the questions now, or maybe tomorrow when we start discussions on this issue concretely. We can ask some questions now, yeah? Okay. So I did have a question about the institutionalization which was created in your country. It's important for us to decide on the institutions that are going to be responsible for policies in the field. Who will be obliged to be responsible for the policies in the general policies of the informational society, and responsible for building this e-governance? What do you understand or do you mean by e-governance? And in particular, certainly it's impossible to talk about an informational society without what you've drawn on the slide about the developed infrastructure. But I believe that this time will come when we will be able to discuss on what actions, what methods you've used to be able to come to these very good results. So another issue about what Mr. Koshulianu said, a moment which is quite weak with us, but maybe you can come with some recommendations. So we do have a lack of people or staff responsible for the implementation of the technologies in these institutions. Talking about the high level, or what would be these officials of high level in the ministries responsible for this? When someone has some tasks, for example, the Minister of Health or Minister of Education, who is the one responsible for this? And one drawback or minus that can affect the implementation is the lack of people knowing very well this topic from the point of view implementation of informational technologies. It doesn't mean that in the Ministry of Health or Ministry of Education the situation is very badly implemented. No, it's just an example. That is why we would be very interested to hear your opinion on this moment. And certainly, and one more thing is that we can talk about the creation in the Republic of Moldova of not long ago, but still the existence of an association of private operators. For us in the Republic of Moldova, it is very important that such an association appeared, because we do understand that without private companies, it's in fact impossible, difficult, and maybe even impossible to get to an informational society. That is why for us the role of the association, I cannot assume, cannot tell it on their behalf, but still I believe that the role of the association in the building of the electronic society would be very useful. Thank you. I believe that all the other questions we will ask during different concrete sessions. Thank you, dear colleagues. We do have another half hour of work, so please, if you have more questions, you're welcome. The issue, the topic is very interesting, and we did see that the population, the number of the population is similar to ours. Now we have to decide on the method of implementation of the experience and go on. So I believe that the method also already was given to us. So now let's proceed. So now questions. Any more questions? Deputy Minister?
To come back to the question of institutionalization, because it looks like one of the hottest, and I am not sure that you understand the local context we are coming from with our question, and it's probably not very related to your experience. That's why it was a misunderstanding in that. So the question is how to and how you succeed aside of centralization of the effort and ensuring the systemic and holistic approach to the system design and architecture. How you succeed to divide between policies, regulations, technical conditions like architectures, interconnection conditions, and implementation, so which is development and deployment of the systems. And what are your partners you are relying on when you develop specific application? And I would like to welcome on board Mr. Victor Bodiu, who is the Minister of State, I think. That's right. State Minister. Okay, thank you. And I hope that the discussion would be also interesting for him. Thanks.
Thank you very much for all these very important questions.
actually 4 hours.
Microphone.
To share a lot, and I promise that I'll give.
Microphone.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm actually very fortunate in this afternoon to have 4 hours, and I will actually be sharing very specific details, giving you very specific case studies of how we attempt to address those questions through structures, organization structures that cuts across the whole of government to address the issues and considerations that you have. If I could seek your permission to defer those questions, and when I run through my presentation, feel free to have that interactive dialogue, and then I will attempt to answer those questions at that juncture. I hope that is acceptable.
Of course, yes. It was just important for all of us to understand what to expect from the following events and discussions. Thank you.
Permiteți.
Stimați colegi, vă rog, domnul
o întrebare. Atunci, în cazul când
So then in the case when we are going to talk about the fact how did state institutions react to the informatization, automation processes, can you tell us please how did you launch the procedure of understanding the importance of ICT in the society? Because it is clear that it's not enough just to make a process automatic. It's important for the people to feel the importance. In this case, for example, the submission of the electronic tax declaration, to use the mobile not just to communicate, but also to offer or provide some services by means of these technologies, modern technologies. So how did you manage to overcome this maybe, I don't know, concern or resistance of the population to use ICT?
I shall not defer this question later, though I actually have a case study to talk about that. But in Singapore, government is actually run very much like a corporation. So not only do we implement services for the citizens and businesses, but we also actively promote the value of these services through marketing efforts. In fact, it's not uncommon to find advertisements of certain e-services on buses, on certain streets, to promote the value. And we also actually bring these services to the heartlands where most Singaporeans stay, to communicate the value, to demonstrate the value by showing them how easy is it to access through online, rather than to queue up for half a day over at the counter. And once again, I promise you that this afternoon I will share very specific examples to clarify those considerations.
And probably your marketing department of your government corporation is as well efficient as an IT IT department.
Yeah, we work hand in hand. We work hand in hand, I think, between marketing. So I think, recognize the need that it's really not just about technology. In fact, technology is just an enabler. I think over the last several years, I think we are trying to focus a lot on the citizen and on the business, and really to look at it from their perspective, and then to understand what they are, and then to organize the government to deliver the kind of services that would add value to the citizen, and I think this is sort of shown in the success of the satisfaction ratings that we get from the citizens in terms of how easy it is to change address. For example, one service would be you just have to go and log in, change your address, and automatically it would be sent to all the different agencies, as well as to some private companies as well. So rather than having to go to every single agency to say, I'm going to change my address, you just do it once, and once it's validated, it's automatically sent to multiple agencies. And so this saves a lot of time, saves a lot of hassle, and even though Singapore is very small, and traveling is not that far, it helps to basically improve productivity. So rather than spending half a day, one day, going down to a government department to apply for a passport, to change my address, to make a complaint, or to apply for a tax, basically I can do it from home, I can do it online, I can do it via mobile, and it's done within 15 minutes. So that, I think, contributes heavily to to the productivity of Singapore as well. And I think that's how we've driven a lot of our initiatives, not so much to just basically provide a better level of service and make it a little bit more convenient. It's really all about achieving maximum productivity for our workers, and so they can spend time hopefully either working with their family or doing work for the government.
Continuing using the business wording applying to the government function, I would like you to describe a little bit more the product development part. So it's obviously clear for us that your products, the governmental products, are very citizen-centered, and it's probably quite sophisticated process of re-engineering, and how you started and how you continue to do it, because the services appeared, new services are coming every year, and how you do this product development function. Thanks.
Okay, as an IDA, we don't really have programmers and people actually doing the program work. What we do is conduct many meetings and collaborative type workshops, either with citizens or with industry. It means with companies. And through that, we then filter out and work out what their requirements are. We then validate that again, and then based on that, we then call for collaboration. If we want to test a proof of concept, for example, e-payments, it could be in the form of multiple electronic services, we then use that as a basis for them to develop. And then we develop the tender specifications. And then we manage the award, and so the industry then gets to benefit from the different e-services that we build out. So this is sort of the general approach that we take for making sure that whatever we roll out has a citizen at the foremost of the mind, and or the business, or in some cases the employee. So it's a highly collaborative type an arrangement. And as IDA, we are seen as primarily the master architect, the planner, and the facilitator. And the ultimate outcome is that we achieve certain services that the citizen wants and is useful and is value added, and or the business, and that the industry benefits from being awarded the projects accordingly. So this is how the government comes in to sort of match supply and demand, and then it then puts in the programs by way of funding, by way of grants, by way of loans, and different initiatives to really facilitate this supply and demand. And this is how I think the government has been very successful in basically matching the two and while achieving its objectives. So that's how we can get from 800 ICT guys, professionals, to 150,000 ICT professionals in 30 years, and quite a healthy ICT industry.
Thank you. I would not like to monopolize the floor, but I have one more. Thanks. And one more was about the procurement agency, because I observe a very interesting comment on your slide that you estimate their efficiency like 5 to 20% savings in price because of the aggregation of orders and other things you do within your purchasing agency. It's particularly important for Moldova at this stage because our law currently doesn't support this function of procurement agency to aggregate orders. And I would particularly like to attract attention to this specific point. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, the system was developed, actually been one of the agencies. There's not a specific procurement agency, but the requirements were, again, developed by IDA, and there is an agency called Defense Science and Technology Agency that happens to be the e-procurement agency. I think the main benefits to the government, and I understand the rationale for not aggregating all, because I think it's also quite challenging, but really to create what we call period contracts. For example, buying a computer. Every agency needs to buy computers or pens and papers. So rather than each of them going out to buy their own sort of pen, we basically aggregate the entire demand. And what we do, we actually break it up into multiple orders to multiple companies. So rather than potentially one single agency, for example, I think, and this is where we may differ slightly, we actually try to help the industry, and rather than awarding it to a single company, exactly. So there actually is a list of preferred vendors, and what we try and do is we then say, okay, here is a requirement for 100,000 or 10,000 computers. Please furnish a price, right? And then what we can do, and some of them would then form a consortium, and what we'll do is we actually award either to the consortium or to multiple parties. So that way we can make sure that no one company monopolizes the contract. So again, in order to do this, you need to have a lot of data, a lot of information, and to have a lot of analytics to understand price points, etc. And that today is operated by this particular agency. Yeah. Yeah. And the other thing is that the whole procurement system that we've built is also WTO and GPA coming, World Trade and government procurement based on guidelines, so it's compliant to that. So in some cases, then in some countries they're keen because it helps to promote transparency in the whole procurement process. Yeah.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Please.
Thank you. I'll speak English. As a representative of the ICT Association and at the same time the USAID-funded Project SEED, which means Competitiveness Enhancement and Enterprise Development, I wanted to ask you, or make a reference, that government has a really big role in asking, demanding, cooperating, putting things together. What roles do business and donors undertake? Do they take initiative to collaborate with you, or is it mainly government who comes and asks and does things? Thank you.
Yeah.
No, the thing is that we discuss about government. What about business and donor community?
Yes, I think this is a good question. I think in Singapore we have several IT associations. One main one, Singapore IT Federation, and within the federation we even break down into different what we call interest groups. So you have people who focus in wireless infrastructure, those who focus in cloud computing, in knowledge base, in outsourcing, BPO, and we have regular meetings with the government. So IDA actually has regular meetings with these working groups. In fact, and what they do is they then feed back to IDA where their direction is, what their strategies, what their concerns are, which policies are working, which are not. Technology is changing, why don't you do this? And then we of course, then take that into consideration and then make the necessary adjustments accordingly. And these are done, how often are these meetings? Every quarter, together with the various industry reps, yeah. So that's how I think as a government we try and have a finger on the pulse, as it may, on different changes and different technology advancements, etc. So the recent one would be, for example, cloud computing, right, and all the hype and about so that's something that, and based on that, the government is now actually setting up a whole grid and cloud computing center, as well as an incubator, and provide the infrastructure for companies, small, medium, and large companies to come in and develop applications in the cloud, so to speak. And this is a government-funded initiative, so the government pays for part of the infrastructure, really to promote cloud computing. So then we break it into different verticals: financial services, government. So in the future, maybe the whole government could be in a cloud.
Nice.
And accessed on a as and required basis. if you okay, so
Gmail is cloud computing.
Da, mulțumesc.
Gmail is so yeah.
You don't have any IT guys.
Yeah.
You don't need Microsoft Office.
Yeah.
You don't need Microsoft Office to create a document. You go to Google Docs and create it.
Sorry, but that's true.
Vă rog, o secundă, vă rog.
There is one more question here. Do you want to ask?
You're speaking very interesting about these high technologies, but I'd like to ask, what is the percentage of finance allocation in the budget, in the country budget, for all this high tech? Of the finance allocation in the budget for all this communication and IT things that you're speaking.
Yeah. When do you do that?
The percentage allocation.
Can I know the actual amount, but I don't have the calculation for the percentage. Right. So the actual amount for the past 10 years, specifically for e-government, it's slightly under less than 5 billion total for last 10 years. Sing dollars.
So it's about that's about 3 billion US for the last 5 years. So again,
10 years.
10 years.
No, it's interesting, yes, to look at the whole budget, how much it's 5%, 10% of all this.
Yes. So the percentage. That one we'll have to get back to you on what percentage, but the actual amounts, and this varies as well, because in addition to this, there were various initiatives that the government undertook, like infrastructure, that could have been slightly different, could have varied the budget as well. So if you take the billion, it would be, I don't know, a few percentage.
Okay, now the question, the companies, the private companies, how they benefit if they are doing all this partnership with the government? They have some benefits for how they cooperate.
Okay.
Together.
I think what happens is as IDA, we drive a lot of the new applications, both the government as well as private sector applications development. And what we then do is we collaborate at the highest level in terms of where they see the industry going and how ICT is going to help. And what we then do is we actually develop tender specifications where we then release to the public and to these companies, and they each bid for these projects. And and it cuts across all the different industries as well as cuts across the government. So a lot of that spend, that billions of dollars or hundreds of millions of dollars of ICT spend, a lot of it actually goes to Singapore companies, right? So this is how the government is not actually buying hardware and software from overseas, but actually stimulating growth in its local ICT industry, driven by close collaboration with the industry as well as overseas companies. So in certain instances, for example, the tax system was actually developed in collaboration with Accenture, for example, who provided some of the thought leadership and design, but they were made to partner with a local Singapore company to develop and deploy the solution. So at the end of the day, Accenture gets to participate in the project, but a local Singapore company or multiple Singapore local companies were also part of the entire project. And so now the local Singapore companies now have deep tax domain expertise, which they can now use to go overseas with some of that capability. I hope that.
Mulțumesc. Domnul Vyacheslav Kunev, vă rog, ședința asociată.
Thank you, Mr. Kunev, head of the Association of TIC Companies.
For me, it was very interesting information from your presentation about
1,600 e-services in your country. I can imagine the services. It's enough services for Singapore, or you will create new e-services?
I think we're constantly reinventing. As you mentioned, technology never stays the same. So there's e-services, and now there's channels. So you have multiple channels. You have the internet. You have mobile devices. Now the new platforms of delivery, cloud computing. So I think these are just some of the services that, but we're constantly reviewing and launching new services on new platforms and through new channels. So for example, we deliver the services not just through internet, but also through the post office as a very key channel. And I think that's also something that is interesting to think about. So for those, especially who don't have internet access and need to interact with the government, in Singapore can actually go to the local post office and apply for a passport, change their address, pay their fines, pay taxes in the local post office. And it's the exact same application that they will see at home as well as in the post office. And we also have community centers and different kiosks as well. So multiple channels. So is 1,600 e-services enough? Probably not. They probably have to be reinvented and redone, and because the industry needs a new set of revenue. Yeah.
Well, just a follow-up question. What kind of services are delivered by mobile phone versus the computer?
Okay.
What kinds of services?
Okay. Some services, mobile phone, which I demonstrated a while back, include things like finding the nearest hospital. So we basically incorporate location-based services. For example, on the iPhone, I can go in and key in it would actually track my location. I say, okay, what's the nearest hospital within 5 kilometers? It'll actually track my location and draw me a map using Google Maps or whatever the case may be to the nearest hospital, nearest clinic, nearest government agent. So that's one mobile application. A second one would be traffic information. So in Singapore, we have cameras all over the country, along all the main highways, at the causeway between Singapore and Malaysia. So I use it regularly on the iPhone. I basically go to a website and key in the road name. The camera will automatically come up, and I'll be able to see whether there's traffic jam, and if so, reroute my path to another. And I can do this within seconds on an iPhone. So these are some of the sort of mobile applications that we launch. Of course, if you have a web browser on your, you can basically access every single e-service. But these are the sort of the mobile specific ones that are a little bit more location based. And these were shown to President Medvedev when he was in Singapore a couple of weeks ago. And yeah.
By the way, it was shown by Sebastian. He was on TV.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, Ronnie did the mobile applications, I did the online business licensing.
Yeah.
So which will be sharing both the mobile applications and the online.
Colleagues, thank you. I will give the floor to Mr. Sergiu Postica from Orange Company. Hello to everyone. I have several questions. I will talk in Romanian so that maybe it's clearer. If necessary, we'll pass to English. So it's true that the experience of Singapore is absolutely fascinating. And the results and indicators that have been achieved during a short period of time. So there's a question here about the relation or the comparison with the European experience. I can give you something that is a bit disruptive. The penetration in the household was 76%. The average in Europe is 24%. So Singapore is 3 times more advanced, let's say. So on the other hand, the European leaders are 37%, then Denmark and Holland on wideband penetration to household. So in this situation, it's absolutely clear that at the back of this model, business model, and this governance model, we have a mechanism which is absolutely different from what we are used to talk about and see in the European framework that we are using now. So it will be interesting. So first a question, a small question. What is the GDP per capita in Singapore, so that we can understand a bit more the figures? Microfonul, vă rog.
Ok, deci pe de-o parte avem o țară cu o penetrare
So on the other hand, we have a country with excellent penetration. If we talk about telecommunications, we are focused more on infrastructure. On the other hand, it's absolutely clear that a country with a very strong economy, and the goal was to develop the sector with the contribution, financial contribution of the state and the sector. So under this situation, it would be interesting to understand, when achieving this remarkable results, what's the share of the business and the share of the state as direct financing? And what I'm referring to, for example, the European framework provides for the stimulation of the development of price competitiveness, services, availability of services for the population, so which means a framework that increases the competition and thus brings us to a development of the services. The Europeans, having a perfect framework, came to what they came. So now we have Singapore, where the performance is 3 times higher. So what's the philosophy here? So if I may, I can find the question answer. But okay, can you answer, please? So you've asked about more figures. Okay.
Actually, the question is how it's possible.
Okay, I think we're talking about public-private partnerships here in infrastructure. I think the Singapore government, I think, made a very concerted effort to really make sure that the infrastructure was in place. I think both in first phase of the connected government, which I showed a bit earlier on, in the mid to late 90s, there was concept to basically create a huge broadband network in Singapore, and that was co-funded by the government to approximately 30% of the total capital expenditure, right? Because then there were no e-services, so to get a private company to lay the infrastructure, the private company would just not have the business ROI to make that investment, because we don't know how many people are going to use the service. We don't know how much traffic it's going to generate. Therefore, let's wait until services are available and then we'll invest. So by the time we do that, the market is gone and we've lost the competitive advantage. So the government made a very concerted effort to incent the mobile operator, the telco and the infrastructure providers to lay the cables, to lay the infrastructure, both back in the 80s and 90s, as well as the most current one, which is the National Broadband Network. And this is the fiber optic cable network that we link to every single household. Now, this is a huge investment, as you can well imagine, but one of Singapore's new goals is to position Singapore as a digital media hub. So to be a content creation center for digital media of the next millennium. So we've actually put in programs to attract the best and the brightest. For example, George Lucas, Lucasfilms, has set up his first non-Hollywood or first development center outside of production center outside of California in Singapore, together with a whole host of other Korean animation, Japanese animation, and to position Singapore as a media hub. Now, the Singapore government is footing the bill of up to $600 million to pay and offset the cost of laying this fiber optic network, in the hope and pray that, with that infrastructure, new applications, new services that no longer, where broadband is no longer enough, where wireless is no longer enough, where you potentially will have holographic images providing you services for holographic images, providing you questions and answers, and where you want to invest your money, you actually have a private banker appear in front of you in digital holograph and give you advice. I don't know. So these are some of the investments that the Singapore government is making in infrastructure to help the private companies build their return on investment thing, and hopefully help Singapore position itself and Singapore as well as and Singapore companies. So this is I think one of the important functions of the government, and where the government in Singapore so far has been right, but it was a huge investment and a very big bet, right? To basically say, well, here's $1 billion or 600 million US. Go build, fiber everywhere, and hope that people will come in, and at the same time, of course, have a whole bunch of programs and so there are some very, very interesting initiatives in Singapore where next generation applications, next generation e-government applications, next generation financial services, next generation healthcare. So I think healthcare is a huge area where today you could actually have really collaborative healthcare. And in order to do that and to perform those kind of, for example, remote operations, you need to have huge bandwidth and huge amount of capability. So this is some of what we are doing sort of now. And I think, I'm not sure if we're going to show the in 2015 video.
We will be showing.
We will be showing in the afternoon. But a lot of things are going to happen in the afternoon. But this gives a little insight of what Singapore is trying to think of next. I mean, we've achieved a certain amount but the world is catching up and people are leapfrogging, and so we can't stay still. And so we've come up with this next generation infrastructure plans and ideas of where Singapore can contribute to the world economy moving forward. Because Singapore really has got no natural resources. We definitely don't have wine. All we really have is this the infrastructure, the position, and the knowledge that we have, and that keeps us going, I think. And so ICT and the investment in infrastructure, investment in people, and investment in services and applications are critical to our survival. And it just so happened we got lucky and it's become success. But so I think that's probably one of the takeaways, I think. And,
fantastic achievement.
I think
I'm sorry, thank you, Mr. Director.
So we understand that the key success factor of your story is, one, government took the lead, government took the risk of financing future-proof, high-tech, stories, and actually, as a consequence, government took the full control of the implementation in terms of infrastructure, then preparing the resources to face this infrastructure, then to build the applications on top. So this is my understanding of concluding on everything presented up to now.
Okay. So I think, yes, to some degree, the Singapore government took the lead in painting the vision, and then creating the architecture for how that vision was to be achieved, which included the 5 areas I talked about: the governance structure, the government and industry and infrastructure. But we did it in close collaboration with the industry. And I think that's one important factor. So the government is not building the applications, is not taking the lead to implement,
but financing,
but helping to finance it, because I think we realize the business models for some of the infrastructure pieces especially are not commercially viable.
There is no
January. That is according to a person from
to the private sector. And this is where we have something called TradeNet. And I'll explain a bit more about TradeNet later. And during this era, we created quite a few nets as well. Another net will be LawNet for lawyers, MediNet for medical officers. And during this period, there was an attempt to consolidate the entire civil service computing resources. Because what happened was, when it grew from an organic perspective, agencies started having their own computer systems. So they were buying their own computer systems. And then somebody said, hey, why not let's consolidate this, and why not let's actually put emphasis in ICT by creating a new statutory board called National Computer Board. So National Computer Board was actually formed in 1981, and this was very critical in spearheading, pushing, driving, being a catalyst for the transformation in ICT in Singapore. And I'll share a bit more about the roles we play. Okay. Moving forward from the year 2000 to 2006, with the open technologies that we have in the internet, there was a huge drive to get all agencies to put their services online. In fact, by 2003, we claim to have all feasible, and I use the word feasible, services online. The drive is not to get maximum services online. The drive is to get services that are feasible. If you only have one transaction a year, you really should question whether should you put that online, because the cost to deliver that is way higher than the benefit. And of course, the other very important aspect of putting services online is to leverage the internet technology to improve customer service. So we're tying customer service to the delivery of the services. So it's not just about I have 1,600 services. It's about how we satisfy our customers, our businesses, our citizens, even our employees. And later I'll show you our KPIs are all measured by that. And last but not least, in our latest Integrated Government 2010 Master Plan, the emphasis is now shifted from putting it online to integrating from the citizen's perspective as well as from the government perspective. Okay. Now, our iGov 2010 goal is to be an integrated government that delights customers and connects citizens through Infocom. There are a couple of things we do. Firstly, on the top left, we have something called increasing the reach and richness of e-services. What goes within this are programs that seeks to enhance the quality of services through more interactive online services and adoption and usage of new media, for example, the mobile devices. And that is actually a very critical strategy that we use for digital divide. Right. The objective here is to provide customers with quality government services that are convenient and accessible to as many citizens and businesses as possible. Now, the second aspect is increasing citizens' mind share in e-engagement. What does this mean? This trust seeks to provide citizens with high-quality government information. So it's publishing of information and providing the citizens an opportunity to be active stakeholders in the public policy formulation and feedback process. If you think about this, it's actually not too difficult to implement. Right? We have a website we call reach.gov.sg, R-E-A-C-H, reach.gov.sg. It's reaching out to the people. It's a simple website. You publish content. It could be certain policies that you want to seek opinions from the public. Not too difficult. It's a form. Not too difficult to build. I think it can be done in maybe 2 months, I'm not sure, or maybe shorter. So these are some practical implementations that we have put in place, not expensive to build, fast to do, and yet it has achieved certain outcomes where we bridge closer ties with the citizens and businesses. Now, the third thrust that I'd like to talk about is enhancing capacity and synergy in government. Now, this trust seeks to enhance the capacities of the government officers through the use of infocom technology. So what I'm talking about? I'm talking about providing adequate ICT training. Because it's one thing to put in the machines, but for the machines to work, you need the people to work the machines. And this is where we need to level up the capacities of the people. Right? IDA as an organization cannot run alone and push for all the latest bleeding technology. We need the entire population to come with us. And this is where infocom training, education, awareness makes a lot of sense and is critical in the success. And last but not least is enhancing national competitive advantage. And this is where we look at the various economic sectors in Singapore. Tourism, for example. How can we leverage ICT to make tourism more successful? Maybe a mobile device. How can we make a tourist coming to Moldova feel really welcomed? Maybe it's providing some mobile services, simple mobile services. The nearest restaurant, hotel, more information, clarity of information, not too difficult to do as well, right? And this trust basically seeks to increase Singapore's economic competitiveness by fostering a pro-business environment. And I'll share a lot of examples of how we did pro-business environment. Okay, I told you previously about our key performance indicators for Integrated Government 2010. If you look at this list here, every single major indicator has got to do with the customer. Whether the customer is satisfied with the quality, whether the customer will recommend to his neighbors and friends, right? Or whether the customer feels that the information is clear and useful. But this then sets the mindset of how government pushes programs and initiatives. So we just don't strive for having 5,000 e-services. That is meaningless. What we want to do is to create e-services that matters for the citizens and businesses. I'll skip this. Ronnie has covered this part here. There was quite a few questions with regards to how we organize ourselves to push for change, etc. Let me show you what we did way back in 2000 for this. Okay. For e-government, the governance structure goes like this. We have one key e-government owner, and that's Ministry of Finance. IDA is the CIO and program manager, the only CIO. So there's no doubt in terms of clarity who does what, who reports to who. So here, IDA becomes a government CIO in a way, government CIO. So what IDA does is provides leadership in government ICT development, in leadership in provision of services and infrastructure in order for Singapore to lead in e-government. So the role is very clear. IDA will program manage, IDA will catalyze, IDA will report to one particular ministry, Ministry of Finance. And a bit more about how IDA operates. Okay. Now, this goes a bit more into the complexity, pardon me for a while. We receive policy directions from the Ministry of Information, Communications and the Arts. Maybe I'll go to this slide first. Okay. You see, IDA is in the center. IDA reports to the Ministry of Information, Communication and the Arts for nationwide ICT policies. So in a way, you can imagine IDA serves as a national CIO. It acts as a national CIO, right? For e-government related matters, it becomes a government CIO. Therefore, it has a dotted line reporting to Ministry of Finance, right? So we have a huge group that actually works with Ministry of Finance to drive change, to put in programs, to monitor outcomes. At the same time, we also put placement of about 600 to 700 IDA officers across multiple ministries and statutory boards. And these officers, these IDA officers, serve as agency CIO. So in a way, you look at it, IDA serves three types of CIO: national, government, and agency. Right? Now, as a government CIO, what do? We champion whole of government ICT initiatives to maintain Singapore's leadership position as an innovative use of ICT to delight customers. So what are we responsible for? Strategic ICT planning for whole of government. The key word here is whole of government, right? Because if it's not whole of government, our role will be agency CIO. So it's e-government, whole of government, we report to the Ministry of Finance, so that's a government CIO function. So what do we do under strategic ICT planning? We formulate e-government master plans and programs. We oversee the execution. We oversee the performance management, which is very critical because you need to measure success. And we set up certain governance structures in addition to what you see just now. Because what you see just now is where we report under e-government, IDA reports to Ministry of Finance. But this is just 2 agencies involved. What about the other agencies, right? So this is where we create a parallel governance structure. And what is this governance structure? We have something called Integrated Government Steering Committee or Integrated Government Council, iGov Council. This council is headed by Head of Civil Service and sits all the top government leaders. Right? So they address basically policy issues across the whole of government. This is where if there are some differences, you cannot get to some issues, we go there. We table policy papers, right? And then we pass it through this iGov Council. Now, of course, beneath that council, there are supporting structures, working groups, etc., core teams to support that. Now, going back to government CIO, so besides strategic ICT planning, we do formulation of government-wide ICT policies, best practices and standards. So this includes, like, for example, enterprise architecture, right? Security best practices. Next, we manage the government ICT infrastructure application. So it goes from the government network all the way up. And then the last part is we attempt to provide best value for government through demand aggregation and consolidation, specifically for ICT products and services. Next, IDA serves another role as an agency CIO, and this case is specific to agencies. So IDA will second, let's say, 20-30 people to agency A, right? And what does this 20-30 people do? This 20-30 people that's seconded to agency serves as the agency CIO in terms of being responsible for the planning, the ICT planning for the agency, right? The formulation of the agency's policies, right? Best practices, management of the agency's ICT infrastructure and application. Of course, once again, best value for agency through leveraging, and the keyword here is central programs. Central programs. So we have people attached to the agencies, but then because these people are from IDA as well, and they're informed of all these central programs, so there's a handshake, right? While they're attached there, they understand the central programs, the value. And we use these people to communicate the value to all the ministries, right? And these people, because they're seconded to the ministries and statutory boards, they understand the issues faced there, and they feed this back to IDA to calibrate some of the ICT policies. Now, how do we ensure alignment of agencies? There are many agencies involved. Everybody says they're important. Everybody has priorities, right? You know, this is what we do. We have something called instruction manual. Instruction manual, IM for short. Instruction manual, you can look at it, it's almost like a, short of a better word, like a Bible, so to speak, right? Well, you follow it, right? You must follow it, right? So within this need to follow instruction manual, we put in certain policies, right? It could be HR policies, finance policies, procurement policies. Why is it IM 8 here? Because 8 is a number meant for ICT policies. So there are multiple different types of instruction manuals for different types of functions in the government. And all this is published on the government intranet, right? Once again, it's not too difficult to put it on the government intranet. And it makes it very simple for the various officers to understand what they need to comply to. And this helps to achieve a consistent message, a consistent behavior across multiple agencies. Now, next is while you can publish certain materials on the intranet, you will still need to ensure that the agencies follow. Right? And this is where we put in place performance measurements and reporting. So we have key performance indicators. This is made very clear to all agency officers that they need to comply with. And another very, very key thing, which I personally find very, very useful, because I was playing some of these roles there, is central funding. Right? The moment that there is some form of central funding, it may not necessarily be full funding, partial funding applies as well, to incentivize changing of behaviors, to incentivize adoption of central initiatives. Very key, central initiatives. Because agencies will figure one way or the other to do their own initiatives. But central initiatives, that's where the central funding makes a lot of sense. And in Singapore, we have something called the Public Sector ICT Review Committee. PSIRC for short. Sorry, Singapore has a lot of abbreviations. Right? Public Sector ICT Review Committee. What this review committee does is every single ICT open tender, closed tender, whatever tender goes through this committee. Why does it go through this committee? The key reason is because we want to ensure that if this particular tender specification says that it wants to build application A, and agency B already has this application A, then this review committee says, please talk to the agency and see how you can share the system, how you can extend that system to make it shareable to multiple agencies. Right? And this review committee also helps to align the standards that we put in place, so that whoever puts in the tender specifications don't go way off and reinvent new standards that are not interoperable to the central standards. And in Singapore, we tend not to use the word audit. We call health checks. Health checks is less scary. So once again, we put health checks to ensure that agencies do comply. And these health checks typically happen once every half a year to 1 year. Now, of course, besides that, we have strong government leadership in various committees to drive behavior. Okay. Now, this is the last slide about IDA. The value of IDA playing both roles. We talk about the government CIO, we talk about the agency CIO. Why? Why are we playing these two roles? Number one, better understanding of the agency environment. Because we have officers seconded to the agency, we work with the agency side by side. We understand the environment, the constraints, the challenges, and this insight, we bring it back to IDA, and then we formulate, calibrate central policies to benefit all ministries and statutory boards. Now, second, appreciation of central policies and programs at the agency end. Because we have people seconded there, living, breathing, every day they are there. Right? Typically, our secondment is about 2 to 3 years. So I was previously seconded to the Ministry of Trade Industry, and I'll share my experiences later. So, because I was there, I was able to bring some of the central messages to the agency and share them the value of why ICT can bring to perhaps Ministry of Trade Industry in Singapore. And my colleagues are doing for health, doing for transport, doing for a lot of other areas. So you see that tight handshake there. And last but not least, why IDA? Why this centralization of people, etc.? The obvious answer is better staff recruitment. I mean, we have competition. Private sector wants to hire the best as well, right? And we need to provide a promising career for officers. So when you have more people, then obviously there's more opportunities to progress in your career. And when there's a critical mass, then there's opportunities to provide professional training programs to help to level up their ICT competencies to fulfill the jobs they need to do. Any questions on this before I go next, so that I can take a short drink of water?
Yes, please.
Just a small question. I wonder, are called in different countries, and how do you explain that Minister of Information? I wonder how different ministers are called in different countries and how it sets the priorities of the government, but why the Minister of Information and Communication is also the Ministry of ours?
did put it in one line, communication is art. So.
That is one ministry.
Yes, yes.
That's one
why
ministry, yes.
arts?
Why arts is a
Oh, okay,
Right.
okay.
Mr. Burns was just answered because ICT
Yes.
is an art.
Yes. Well, I like the answer.
It's magic.
Actually, I'm surprised that you are surprised. I'm sure that many people in other countries asked you that, no?
Okay. Well, I'm not sure whether I have a very good answer for that. Do you have?
No. I've asked a good answer.
Okay. We don't have the perfect answer for that. We'll get back to you. But it's probably likely due to historical. It's probably likely due to historical. Because before it became the Ministry of Information, Communication and Arts, there was, I believe, no ministry that oversees arts. And they define arts as a creative industry. And they define ICT as a creative industry as well. They do. And hence, they group that together. Right? It's not only creative, but you look at it, it's also a service industry. So that is actually one of the key reasons why they cluster it together. It's way easier to do that than to put it as Ministry of Transport and the Arts. Right? Yeah.
In Netherlands, they have the Ministry of Health and Sports. That's also like an interesting combination.
Can I just respond to the question?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
There's no Ministry of Health and the Sports. Sorry? Oh, there is. I see. Okay. I see. I suppose maybe some sports people get injured and then, yeah, they can go to the Ministry of Health straight away. Yeah.
Promote sports for doctors.
No? Okay. Thank you very much for the question. I will continue. The next part, I will talk about creating value for citizens by spotlighting some of the key citizen-centric services. And I'd like to do it from a storytelling perspective, right? Now, this is John. John is a Singaporean. As a Singaporean, there are many content and services that John needs to know and interact with the government. And, he's busy, he wants it simple, fast and convenient. And because he wants it simple, fast and convenient, what John by default, and I use the word by default, does is he automatically goes to the e-citizen portal. And why he automatically goes to the e-citizen portal is because there's a lengthy period of education, promotion and marketing by the government, right, telling the citizens and businesses that it's actually easier to transact online with the government. So there are a lot of communication messages put in place. And John goes into the e-citizen portal. E-citizen portal by default provides John's government to citizen needs. Right? So here John can find content, e-services, from culture to education to sports, housing, and the list goes on. It's probably a bit small, but on the left of the screen you can see a sample snapshot of the topics that e-citizen covers. And you notice there is no mention of ministry or statutory boards. It all comes from the citizen's perspective. This is true. This doesn't come by chance. We went through a deliberate effort, and you can start doing it very soon. You don't need to wait. You can start doing very soon. Okay, I heard some noise here. Oh, this is not my laptop. It's alright. But it looks good. It looks good. Looks good.
Okay.
Looks good. Yep, looks good. Okay, where was I? Right. So what we do is we actually conducted many focus groups, and these focus groups are not just random picking of people. We actually worked with an outsourced vendor to select people based on certain citizen segmentation. So for example, if we are creating, let's say, housing content and services, we'll talk to the people that are about to buy houses to understand what are their needs, what are their sequence of thinking, what are they thinking about, what are the things they need to know, what are the information that makes sense, that are most valuable to them. And then we bring all this back from all these focus groups and then we create prototypes, and then we bring these guys back again and ask them, is this what will be of value to you? Is it okay? If it's okay, we will implement it. Right? So the process of doing all this understanding of citizens and businesses' needs can occur very soon. It doesn't take a lot. Right? Okay, I'll go back to the presentation. Now, let John show you a couple of such content and e-services here. Now, if John wants to find more information about public housing, in Singapore, 75% of people stay in public housing. John can go into the e-citizen portal. Here, John will be able to find information about procedures to apply the public housing. And one thing you'll realize is that the content, no lengthy paragraphs, right? Very short sentences, you notice. And actually a lot of content in e-citizen is not written by government officers in Singapore. We actually hire professional copywriters because we realize that sometimes the way government writes is very different from the way people understand. So this is where we attempt to bridge that by hiring professional copywriters to translate in a way content that's easier, more digestible to interpret and act on. And within this particular buying a property section of e-citizen, there are even public housing financial packages from various banks. And why I mention this is that throughout the course of the next couple of slides, I will share many examples of how we attempt to create more value with the private sector. If the private sector is ahead of the game, why not work with them to deliver the services? We can even deliver the services faster, more value, because a lot of services that the citizen transacts with touches the government, touches the private sector, right? Why not let's combine them? Okay, well, skills upgrading is a very, very key topic in Singapore. Since the 80s all the way to today, it's even more important because of the recent Great Recession. Singapore has been actively promoting for people that have been retrenched, unfortunately retrenched, to go into training programs. And Singapore actually funds, incentivizes them to go for training, to upgrade their skills, so that when the recession recovers, these people that are retrenched can get fruitful jobs. So once again, John can go and find more information and services on skills upgrading in e-citizen portal. And here, once again, John is able to find training incentives from government, so this is the government portion, training courses from commercial training schools, so that's the private sector, right? So this is another example where we combine content from government and private in the portal. And of course, you know, if John wants to find more information and services on looking for a girlfriend, yes, yes, it's true. John can go into the e-citizen portal as well. Right, yes.
Who writes this, John or the
Well, for matchmaking. Matchmaking. Because remember, John is very busy. Right? John is busy, he's busy working. Right.
Sebastian, why don't you outsource that to the private sector?
It is outsourced. It is outsourced. It's outsourced.
We will not do it in Moldova.
Yeah. So once again, John can apply for events organized by commercial matchmaking companies. Right, commercial matchmaking companies. So it's an active promotion in this way, and hopefully John can socialize more, take time, you know, and hopefully get married, right? Okay, those are some of the content in e-citizen. Let me show you some of the very, very simple, and the beauty of it is simple, integrated e-services, cutting across whole of government. And I'll share you behind the scene how we did it. Okay, let me show you from the citizen perspective first, right? And the impression you should have is that it's so simple, right? Okay, let me go through it. Now, obviously there are many cross-agency services in e-citizen, which is useful for John. And what John can do is, John can come to this online reporting center e-service found in e-citizen and report incidents on environment, housing matters. John doesn't need to know which agency to go to. In Singapore, there are 11 government agencies that handles environment and housing matters. if I'm not from the government, how would I know which of these 11 agencies to go to, right? And later I'll share with you an actual story, how this came about. But with this e-service, John doesn't need to know, right? John only goes to the online reporting center to report his incident. And here you see a listing of various topics. So John wants to report a faulty traffic light, right? Faulty traffic light. So John selects traffic matters, right, as the report type. And then John fills up a short electronic form. That's it. That's it. And what happens next? John is given an acknowledgement stating that his report has been successfully submitted. The information will be routed to the right agency, right department, the right officer. Why is it so? Because John has selected traffic matters. Even if John selected the wrong topic, it will still eventually be routed to the right officer. Why is it so? Because in Singapore we put in a policy, no wrong door policy. What does that mean? It basically means that if I were to go to the wrong agency, and maybe I didn't know, I thought that was the right agency, and say I have this issue to report to, the agency cannot refuse my report. The agency has to take up that and pass it to the right agency. That's the no wrong door concept that we've implemented to create convenience for the citizen. And if you look at this electronic service, that's it. It's as simple as that. And further on, if John wants to be updated of the status, he could through either email or SMS. Right? So he'll typically be informed within a 5 working day of the outcome. But what happens behind the scene is this, and let me share you the story of how this happened. About 6 years ago, and this is a real story, there was this mother that just given birth to a baby. So she was looking out the window, and she saw this tree with a huge beehive, a lot of bees flying around. And she was worried that the bees were going to sting her baby, so she called the government. She called one of the numbers. Say, excuse me, that there's a beehive, hanging outside this tree. I'm worried for my baby. And the agency officer told her that, I'm so sorry, I understand the issue, but can I just check whether the beehive is located in a park? Then the mother was saying, no, it's not. It's outside my house. I'm so sorry, if it's not located in a park, can you please call agency B? Okay, then the mother called agency B. And agency B asked the question, excuse me, is the beehive located under the lamppost? And the mother said, no, it's the tree, right? It's the tree outside my house. And she got referred many times. And what she did, well, eventually I think she made some complaints. And what happened was, immediately the government sprang to action. We pulled in 11 agencies, and we realized that, it's only at the time that we realized that from the citizens' perspective, there were quite a few issues that were very grey from their perspective. What does grey mean? It means that they don't know which agency to call. So and then what happens? They call the police. And the police get flooded with all these calls about beehives and snakes and everything else. Right? Whereas we want to keep the police to do more of the job that they need to do. So that's the story of the beehive that resulted in this e-service. And these 11 agencies went through the deliberation. I was seated there, right? And I just realized, wow, there's actually about 100 over of these matters, right, that needs to be clarified. And what we did, of these 100 matters, we ensured that every single item, every single type of incident had one lead agency responsible, even though that incident may require multiple agencies to collaborate. There must be one identified lead agency that will interface with the citizen or businesses. This is to create simplicity in interaction as well as clarity in terms of role. Okay. The next e-service that I'd like to highlight is a recent, in fact this is very, very recent. So I'd like to show you different dimensions of services. I believe the online reporting center is a service that is not exactly too difficult to create. This e-service is a very interesting one. This e-service is through the partnership with Google. So I believe this would be the first country in the world, Singapore would be the first country in the world to provide a comprehensive range of nationwide coverage of land transport options on Google Map. So let me show you what happens. Let's say once again John wants to get from his workplace to a specific location in Singapore, Suntec Tower 3. That happens to be where we're working. Right? So I'll show you the building where we're working. Right? And John needs to get there fast. Right? So what he does, he goes into the Google Maps, and John types in the address Suntec Tower 3 into the search field on the top left. Right? And next to John is shown a map that displays Suntec Tower 3 in the center. It's probably a bit small from the back, but you'll probably see in the center there's an A. Right? And what John can even do is John can select the traffic option to see road conditions. You realize before this slide and this slide there's a difference. You notice? The difference is the green lines. Notice the green lines? Right? These green lines represent the type of traffic flow. So if it's all red, it means that there's going to be heavy traffic, and John better avoid driving. Maybe he should take the public transport. Right? If it's green, it means that traffic is pretty smooth. He can take the driving option if he wants to. And next, of course, John can click on the icon to see a picture of Suntec Tower 3. And if John wants to get even more familiarity with the surrounding of Suntec, without getting lost, what John can do is to click on the word Street View. It's very small. Let me just show you the next slide. And there, John sees Suntec Tower 3. That building is where both of us are hanging out most of the time. Right? And you should try this service. You notice this road, there are arrows there. If I click on the arrows, and let me point to you this arrow so that's clear. You notice there are arrows here and arrows here. If I click on this, what will happen is that the service will move me forward. Right? And then I can click on various options. If I want to continue going towards, let's say, the Temasek Boulevard, I click on that. And I go, and I move, and I move. Oops, sorry. So it gives a very, it's visual. It creates simplicity in allowing the citizen to understand the traffic conditions, to plan for his route. And one of the main objectives of doing this is we want to promote more people to consider the options of taking the public transport instead of just driving, because that's one of the key considerations to avoid congestion, which happens during peak hours in Singapore.
It's easy, you just put red lines on every street.
Yeah. Okay. Now let me share you more about eCitizen. eCitizen goes on a major refresh, and this becomes very habitual. Major refresh every 2 to 3 years. So every 2 to 3 years, we get various people seated together to think about how to leverage on technology. As previously we talked about technology exploration, to leverage on new technologies, new concepts, even from the private sector, and to utilize that to benefit our citizens and businesses. Our latest refresh carries a very strong flavor of public-private partnership. An example, previously Ronnie mentioned, is moving house. So once a while we will move house. When we shift our house, we realize the complexities in terms of informing various people, various organizations from government or private sector. And this is where we provided an e-service where John can simply put in his new address, and then the new address will be broadcast to various government offices, agencies, as well as private sector that are participating. So private sector could be some of the banks, etc. Right? Hence creating convenience for people like John. And to create more value for John, our citizen, John occasionally may forget about certain things. So we provide the option for John to remind himself through SMS alerts. So here you can see various checkboxes. He can opt to remind himself of various transactions that he needs to do with the government, either through SMS or through email. Right? And in light of the public-private partnership, we actually have roped in the private sector. In this case, we created something called the Travel Buddy, where the private sector, for example, the insurance company and the commercial travel agency actually works with the government to package services. Because, for example, if I want to travel for a holiday, right, I may need to apply for visa. And the visa is from the government. So this is where we bundle, right, services from the perspective of the citizen, so that we create value for the citizen from the perspective of convenience, making life easy for the citizens. Okay. The large batch of slides talks about how we have implemented services. But you may be thinking, okay, now if I don't have a computer, right, how am I going to access to all these e-services? That is useless to me. And this is where, once again, you know John? Well, John in Singapore now represents 76%. Now it's 76% of the population that can gain access to internet. Now, how do we reach out to the remaining 24%? Right? We need to reach out to this remaining 24%. And this is where, let me introduce Uncle Charlie. Uncle Charlie is John's father. Well, he feels that he's gone past the internet era, and he doesn't know how to use internet, and probably not too keen to use internet for whatever reasons. But he has a mobile phone. And I think just in Singapore, just like many other countries, now our mobile penetration rate is 130%. So some people have more than one handphones for various reasons, right? Which I'll not go into. So in this case, Uncle Charlie has a mobile phone. So we realized that we should take advantage of the mobile device to reach out to people. And let me show you some of the examples which my colleague Ronnie actually shared with President Medvedev a couple of weeks ago. Okay. This mobile application, it's on health. Now, basically Uncle Charlie needs to go for a regular medical checkup because he's not feeling too well. And he needs to find the hospital that's nearest to his home because of the inconvenience of traveling. And here Uncle Charlie can select hospitals. If he wants to go hospitals, he can select clinics or nursing homes, hopefully not. And he can select the distance, right, from his home. Right? So he can indicate 3 kilometers. And next, Uncle Charlie will be shown a map of the nearest hospital located near his home. And then, of course, this is an enlarged picture of the map. Okay, that's it. It's very simple. Next, another application is on traffic condition, right, using mobile devices. Here you see the map of Singapore. Singapore, it looks like that. Right. And what Uncle Charlie can do is he can select at certain parts of Singapore, click on that, right? And then here he can see a Central Express Highway. He can select the point to see the traffic condition. And here you can see a snapshot of the traffic condition in one of the express highways. And then perhaps Uncle Charlie can decide for himself whether he should take that express highway to reach his point of destination. Thus far, we have implemented 350 mobile applications. Results has been very positive. For example, in 2007, the world's top 20 Innovation in Transforming Government Award was given by Harvard and IBM, and our mobile applications were recognized in that particular award ceremony. And in addition, just like many of the services that we implement, we actively solicit feedback from the public, and this is some of the verbatims given by the citizens. For example, it's useful, saves time, benefits me, etc. Okay. Now, just to understand some of the behind the scenes of what we call mobile government. Now, our focus really was to bridge the divide and also to achieve service excellence, improve services. And to do that, you require service innovation. What I mean by that is you have to think differently if you want to look at the mobile device. Because if you look at your mobile phones, the form factor is really small. The screen is really small, right? And later I'll show you an example. How difficult is it if you are to put an internet application on a mobile device? You realize it's very, very cumbersome to do so. In fact, it's creating additional challenges for the citizens and businesses to transact with the government. Number two, there's a need to streamline back-end processes to simplify service delivery at the front end. And last but not least, let's leverage on shared data and systems. Okay, We previously talked about the online reporting center. If you can imagine, if the online reporting center, even though it was a very simple e-service on the internet, if you use your computer, it's relatively simple. But you can imagine if that e-service is on your mobile device, it's actually a bit more cumbersome to transact with the government using the mobile phone. And this is where we think a bit differently, and the way for us to still achieve the same outcome of reporting the incident is what you can see on the right hand side. What did we do? Just send an SMS to the following format. Indicate a topic, give me the feedback, send it to this short code 74688. If you look at your phone number 74688, it represents S government, Singapore government, right? It's deliberate, right? And for example, I could just type mosquitoes. That's the topic. I could say feedback, breeding at Street 32 Block 8. Send it across, right? It achieves the same outcome from a mobile device. Right? So that's what I meant by think different. It's not an electronic service. It's a mobile service. And this mobile service, think of it, it's not difficult to implement. It's not difficult to implement this. And besides mobile channel, we also have other channels to engage our citizens. One of the very key channels is using something called Citizen Connect Centers. These are physical centers. We have 20 of them located in different parts of Singapore. The key aim is to increase the reach of our electronic services and bridging the digital divide. So if a citizen doesn't have computers, don't know how to access, he can go to one of these centers, just like what you see here. But the key message is this: while there are free services by dedicated staff to guide the citizen, it's not just to transact on behalf of the citizen. The key message here is that the dedicated staff actually takes the opportunity to train people, for example, like Uncle Charlie that goes to this center. Hopefully 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, Uncle Charlie gains the confidence to transact on himself. So this is part and parcel of our ICT capacity building program, to leverage on these centers to reach out to people that need help, and at the same time not only help them, but to raise the ICT capacity level. And as mentioned, we are located in 28 locations in Singapore. And I will wrap this multi-channel part by highlighting that we have multiple channels besides just online to reach out to our masses. We talked about Citizen Connect Centers. We talked about mobile. In addition, we have kiosks located in many parts of Singapore. And in physical buildings where people still want to queue, what happens is this: we have put in a couple of machines there as well. Why? You notice here, there are this self-help e-lobby, right? So what happens is this: if I insist on wanting to queue, right, I will still go into a government office and queue. But if I notice that the queue is so long, then I may look around the corner and see this e-lobby, and there's no queue, and somebody is willing to help me. I'll walk over there and then ask the officer to assist me to do the form filling or the transaction. So this is another way that we subtly change the behavior. And of course, once again, when the officer transacts on behalf of the citizen, he's actually training, in a way, an informal training of the citizen to be more confident of transacting online with the government. And we do annual perception surveys every year for both citizens and businesses. Every year we conduct surveys because our KPIs are tightly integrated to the satisfaction of our citizens and businesses. Right? You have seen the 3 KPIs, and every year we conduct a sample size of 1,600 citizens to understand their satisfaction with the government. In addition, we also conduct about 1,000 businesses to understand their satisfaction with the government. And in a nutshell, 9 out of 10 citizens will recommend government electronic services to their friends and relatives. Okay, this is the end of my first part of the part 1 of this afternoon. I'll just take a sip of water and feel free to ask me questions.
Xixinu, I guess this is right for thank you.
Oh, CCA.
CCA.
CCA, yeah, CCA.
Where is Victor Boronsus? You misled. Okay.
Da.
Thank you very much for your kind presentation. Since I have the floor, I'll have some remarks, and maybe it's time for others also to address some questions. But I would go back to the intranet, to the old government, and we'll tell our story, how the lady saw bees on the tree. It's the sad story, unfortunately, about how a Minister of State cannot send an email to Minister of Finance. I hope nobody from Minister of Finance is here. It's because they have two different domains, and none of them are working. When I send an email, it gets back to me. So I use his private email address to send any communication. I think this is a first step which could be easily done for the government office within the ministries, and I know that there was an initiative from the Ministry of Information Technology. Yeah, this is the correct in English, for creating an intranet of through the government agencies and ministries. On another thing, I would like I like very much the online reporting center, and in this regard, I would just to start to break the ice, I would like to ask you some questions. What do you do with the misreporting, first of all?
Minister, could you clarify what is misreporting?
Yeah, misreporting meaning that people just saying that the traffic light doesn't work, but it works.
Okay.
Yeah. Is the ID registered of the any user? That's related somehow. And the third issue also related to this topic is, according to local legislation, any inquiry from a citizen, the agency mandatory has to reply in 30 days and say what has been done or if it's solved or not.
Service level agreement.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Minister, thank you for the questions. Misreporting. This has been talked about, and the very interesting thing about this service is, if you look, especially on the mobile, is that I'm using my personal mobile to send a message, right? It's very, very unlikely, and this is a conscious decision, right? It's very unlikely the government feels that somebody would actually utilize something as personal as mobile to create disruption, knowing the fact that it can be tracked. So this acts as a huge deterrent. But once again, there's a bit of, obviously, there's no perfect answer, but there's a bit of risk-taking involved, but we feel that this perhaps is the right model for us. And ID? No, there's no ID. And once again, I'll also share later part in the government to business, our approach in identification, electronic identification, our philosophy behind it. Because there are certain interesting questions that arose just now, and I'll share that with all of you as well. Some of the philosophies that we use for identification. And service level agreement, yes. In fact, for all services, it's mandated, electronic services as well, it's mandated that every single government agency, whether is it manual or is it electronic, they must publish their service level agreement. So for example, the citizen will know that if I were to interact with government agency A, I'm expected to receive a response in 5 working days. And if the agency cannot respond within 5 working days because it's a very complicated issue, then the agency needs to send an interim email, interim call to inform the citizen that this case is more complicated and to keep the citizen informed that his case is being looked into.
Please.
As I understand, all these services you presented are free of charge. If so, are there any services which are delivered for money? Because in a country like Moldova, there is a tendency to request money for each type of services. Thank you.
The simple answer is yes, and another response to that is I will show you a particular e-service that requires the collection of money in the government to business segment of the presentation.
It's a very good question. In this regard, I would add another question. You have some companies when, for example, you want to buy a house, you said that you have financing solutions
Yes.
attached. I can imagine that you have many banks and many financial institutions who provide them. Do they pay to be advertised on the service or not?
In this portal, the answer is no. The answer is no, they don't need to. And what we have all of them. In fact, what we typically do is that we will inform. If we see the need to work with the private sector, what we typically do is we will inform, for example, the banks, whether they're interested to participate, right, through perhaps maybe a request for proposal or sorts or intention, at least to communicate intent that government intends to do some of these things and to get a response from the private sector. In this case, for the banks, we actually list the banks that feels of value to them to put their packages, at least certain hyperlinks, right, on this e-citizen portal.
Please.
In the same context, on another question regarding public sector participation and partnership, probably. In the same portal, you said that if someone reports the change of the address,
yes,
the information will be broadcasted to all partners connected to the portal.
Yes.
In case of public agencies, it's clear they receive everything just because they're public agencies interested and needed to know about this change. In case of private companies who are interested and they are connected, do they pay to access the information of this kind?
Typically, for you look at implementations, it takes two sides to connect, right? You need to handshake. The private sector pays for their part, the government pays for their part. So the government basically provides the avenue for the private sector to connect. Right? So the private sector pays for their part, the government pays for their part. This is the typical arrangement that we have.
Okay, but I also understand that the system works two sides. And in case of notary office, for example, accessing the information about the citizen, in order to best serve the citizen, needs to see about his personal data.
Yes.
To avoid bringing certificates and other papers. How it's organized? Do they oblige to be connected to provide this service smoothly to their customers? Do they pay for this connection? How you solve the security issues? Because they, of course, are not allowed to access all information you have as a governmental agency about the citizen and this. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think it's quite a loaded question, and I'll attempt to address that. Okay, I'll take less than 1 hour. Okay, in Singapore we have common data hubs: people, land, and business. These are positioned. In fact, I'll put it this way. The people, land, and business data hubs comprises of commonly used data by various agencies. So it's not, and I'll repeat the word, not everything related to the people that's in the people hub. It's not everything that's related to business that's in the business hub, but only the commonly utilized data needed by the agencies. I believe the people is about 40 to 50 data fields, right? That are most commonly accessed. And that's from the planning perspective. In terms of how the agencies write on these data hubs, we have what we call a cost recovery model. Right? Cost recovery model. And this is really where we go into the financial sustainability. So basically, when the agency A needs to leverage on this data hub, the agency A actually pays the owner of this data hub, could be agency B, a transaction fee, right? So there's charging. that happens. And this is a way for agency B to want to lead the charge, to be responsible for the data hubs, because it requires costs to run it, effort to run it. And this is where the agency B can cost recover the operations on behalf of the whole government. I hope that has addressed the question.
On the e-citizens portal, I noticed you had tabs of business and
okay.
Is that where people can go to actually register a business and get information on how to?
Yes.
I mean,
okay. I just deleted that. Okay, let me see whether I have it here. I think that's a useful point to highlight, and in fact, that's a consideration that I'll propose for consideration as well. Let me go back into the presentation slide. I believe you'll be talking about this. Yeah. Basically, if everybody just to focus your attention on the top part, you'll notice that there are 4 tabs: government, citizens, businesses, and non-residents. How we have segmented the broad strokes of all content and services in the entire government is these 4 parts. These are 4 tabs, basically 4 tabs. I can click on government and it goes to various press releases from all the government agencies. I can see all the contacts, the who's who, etc. They're all there. Of course, the citizen tab is where most citizens will go to, because that's where the content and services are. If I were to click on business, which I will share with you in much greater detail in the later part of this session, I will be able to access all the content and services from the business's perspective. And non-residents is basically a means for people that may want to visit Singapore, that may want to stay in Singapore, that may want to study in Singapore, that may want to work in Singapore, to go there and access all the information from their perspective. So these 4 tabs, if you look at it, are 4 different key customer segments, but they are all integrated under this huge umbrella. So it creates a very easy way for people to navigate here and there if they need to. In this way, they never get lost, because this is the main portal that we are positioning as a central gateway for all citizens to gain access to.
If we don't have, please, Mr. Minister.
It's very exciting what you presented, but I am interested as a foreigner, for example, or as a representative of a foreign company, can I apply, submit a request, for example, to governmental institution to receive some data about businesses, about, for example, local companies from Singapore, and so on. And in fact, there is a need for registering your submitted request, or it is all person can send messages and receive reports.
I think it's a very broad question. I'll dissect it. For information that are available publicly, you don't even need, as a foreign company, you don't even need to register. You can access just like any Singapore company, right? And there are quite a fair amount of Singapore statistics, either related to citizen or businesses, located in the Department of Statistics that is published online, so you can get access. Then there are certain information where you need to register, right? Then it's the same. Whether it's a foreign company or a local company, you will have to go in and register. So it depends on the type of services.
You know, all of us were talking here about what you've done and actually what we could do as well.
Yes.
For me, it's more interesting, and I think for all of us, it's more interesting. And the question is how to reach that. And even more interesting is how to start moving on this way.
I promise you, I'll give you a step-by-step analysis of how we did for a major e-service. Where were the starting points? Because I understand the consideration. To start an e-service, there are many different issues to consider, 101 issues. Where were the 3 most important things that we did first? What were the challenges? How would you overcome the challenges? I'll attempt to provide that to you.
That's right, but maybe your experience is not very relevant for us, because you have a pretty different context. I don't mean historical context, but the technological context. For instance, you Singaporeans, you are fishers, right? You used to be fishermen. You said that it was a small village, fishing village, yes.
1819.
Yeah.
Not 1965.
Now when 20th century we are still growing grapes. You started together with your development, together with the technology, right? In the 80s, when computers appeared, when the internet was appearing and so on. Now Moldova, we are in a different context. We have all these technologies already developed, so we have to have a different path, right, to the same goal.
Yes.
And I have a small sub question here. We have people who don't use internet. People don't use internet because they don't have content. People in Moldova buy computers just for multimedia. By the way, we have our John, old lady, I read in a newspaper, old lady uses Skype with camera. A lady from countryside, by the way, not from urban area, to talk to her daughter in Italy. And that's very optimistic. I mean, we can learn, right? So and we don't have content because people don't use it. Don't use internet. It's a kind of circle. How to break it? I mean, and a sub question: how many services we have to put on the internet so we get people on our side?
Okay.
And what type of questions? I mean, as Melanie said, services. What type of service we should start from, so we get people easier? Because unlike in Singapore, for instance, you have your, as you said, nation father, a minister for 30 years. We have here ministers changing, maybe every year. So we have to take care of the citizens. It's more sensitive. I mean, we cannot do whatever we want. We have elections, right? So that was the question: sure. How and where from we should start?
Okay. Thank you very much for, I think, a very, very loaded question. In fact, it's a basket of questions. Let me, in a very simplistic way, share with you what was the very first thing we did. The very first thing we did, maybe that's applicable in Moldova, right? I remember I was in, back then, National Computer Board in 1998. That was even before the e-government action plan was materialized. I was seated at one corner, and there's a team beside me. They actually worked a very, very simplistic portal, right? Very simplistic portal. Nothing like this, absolutely nothing like this. They put in only, I think, about 8 to 10 pages of content. And it was a start. You need to start somewhere, right? It's a start. You have to start so that you show something to your citizens and businesses to get feedback, and then you improve. You shorten the time to improve. So you need to start and then quickly evolve and improve upon. That's very key, right? So that was one of the key things that the Singapore government, and especially back then the National Computer Board, did, was to create a very simple portal. Don't worry about how complicated the technologies. It's really not about the most rocket science Web 2.0 technology we're talking about. It's basically utilizing the internet as a communication platform. I think that's even more important. How are you going to utilize the internet to communicate to your employees through a very simple intranet? Don't need to worry about the graphics, right? How are you going to use internet to very, very simply communicate some of the policies, maybe some of the decisions that you want your citizens to understand, right? It doesn't require a lot of technologies, right?
That's right, but again, we're in different situation, right? At that time, you were alone. Nobody could teach you. Now we have you, I hope, to teach us, right? That's why I think we can jump even faster and higher. I mean, we can start with from a simple page.
I would suggest this for consideration: is if there is no strong move to the internet today, I would suggest leapfrogging the entire phase by going strongly into the mobile. That is a recommendation that I would suggest for the Moldova government to consider. I think this is something that the African continent is thinking about very strongly, right? And this, I think, makes a lot of sense. If you notice, if you just look at the example that I quoted on the online reporting center, you can implement that particular e-service, achieve a similar outcome. And it's actually very simple for the citizen to interact with the government. So rather than going through, we are certainly not suggesting that you go through the last 10 years of Singapore's experience to achieve where we are today. Absolutely not. Right? You have various options to consider. And if you think that the internet era, there hasn't been a lot of exploitation on that, then my suggestion is the mobile channel will be a channel of choice for consideration.
Pot să adaug încă suplimentar.
If I may, I would add something additionally. I'm not talking about changing the government and ministers every year, but still sometimes it happens that some knowledge that has been accumulated within the Republic of Moldova represent chances or can be lost when changing the civil servants in the field. I'm referring now to the ICT sector. I would like to bring to your attention that in fact in 2006 or 7, if I'm not mistaken, there was developed and approved the e-governance concept paper, which in fact as a task had the government got the task to create an electronic governance center that in its turn, by creating the government portal, could offer services to the citizens of the Republic of Moldova, businesses and so on. And we here see just the difference. In Singapore there was created this e-citizen portal. Here it is called e-government. But in fact it's the same thing, the goal is the same. So the tasks have been set already, and these are clear here too. It's a different issue that we have stopped our activity, but maybe it happened only because we do not know how to do it in practice, or how to create such a center, like it was created in Singapore, where you have this IDA agency which generates and promotes all these ideas. That is why I believe that we in fact go well with our ideas, but we are a bit behind with the implementation. So your experience shows us that we are on the right way, and we have a good example which we can learn from. But we are not so much behind with the ideas, only with the implementation.
I cannot agree with the previous speaker.
The
difference between Moldova and Singapore is huge. First of all, because of funds and money involved in this project. In order to implement and use such a system, you need a lot of money, which Moldova unfortunately doesn't have. Secondly, there is a need of understanding of all society how to support and to participate in such a project. In Moldova, unfortunately, we don't have a body which invites all interested parties, inclusively, for example, private companies, civil society, even people, to express their idea, to collect this idea, select them, and then prepare the bids, organize the bids, and implement them. So far, the majority of components for so-called government application have been developed by one company, which is a registered company in Moldova. And private companies didn't participate in the implementation of projects. So the difference is huge. We need, first of all, to create a framework of Moldova, how to gather, how to collect the idea, what is important to be implemented in Moldova, then estimate the cost and the length of implementation, then to see what money can be found in order to implement, to prioritize the ideas, and then collect money, announce the bids, select the best companies, implement, monitor, and then integrate into a governmental portal. Unfortunately, so far we didn't have this framework, and I hope that the new Minister of Information Technology, new government, will take into consideration this idea, this approach, use Singapore experience and finally launch these activities in Moldova. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nedelchuk. You softened my message because we had a lot of programs in past, Mr. Sitnik, but starting from the Moldovan village, other good programs, but the implementation of those programs haven't been done exactly because of what Mr. Nedelchuk said. There were no priorities. They were elaborated just to show to Melanie Marley that, look, we have an e-governance program. Sorry for putting it straight. Not transparent and stuff like this. So what we did exactly is what we don't have to do. So thank you very much, Mr. Nedelchuk, for your input. But let's not talk what has been done. Let's concentrate on what we need to do.
Yeah,
and what needs to be done.
And I think one of the important things, I think Singapore, we also have this issue with the ministry, being tasked, and I think if it was left just to the Ministry of Information, Communication and the Arts to drive ICT alone, it would have failed as well. So that's why I think it's critical to set up an agency like IDA, Information Development Authority, to implement, to execute, and this also, interestingly enough, was one mechanism we managed to get away from conforming to the salary structures of the ministry by setting up an agency that is almost commercially driven to implement policies and ICT for the good of the country. You need to obviously hire good people and retain them. Now, if we had left it up to the ministry on the structure of the ministry, I don't think that would have happened. So one of the important things, I think the reason and rationale for IDA to be set up was really to give it the kind of flexibility to go out and hire good people and retain them and empower them to basically implement this. And usually in commercial kind of mindset, they will have the kind of innovation to go and figure out where to get the money, to develop the business models, to develop the business cases, to implement the ICT initiatives in a commercial friendly. So they'll figure out a way. And I think that's one of the important considerations that we went through, and that I've also found out by talking to a lot of people that was quite important. All right, so it's to set up an agency dedicated and really with the charter to implement e-government solutions and the industry as well, and to give it then the flexibility of also hiring and driving its own people.
Sorry, but actually I have another part.
Yes, so this is what I'd like to ask you to proceed with the part 2. Thank you.
Okay. Now the part 2 is about facilitating public sector efficiency through e-government. So it's basically government to employee focused. Right. And this is really a snapshot of our government intranet today. You look at it, not too complicated, not exactly very pretty, but it works, right? So it's a listing of links, and then you publish the content. Not too difficult to achieve. And let me show you a bit of a snapshot, of a sneak preview in a way, of what we attempt to do right now being piloted. Okay. Now you notice there's this wave of Web 2.0 social networking happening, and we have identified social networking as a potential, and I'll use the word potential, opportunity to better connect the 120,000 public offices in Singapore. There are about 120,000 in Singapore. So, exactly, Minister, exactly. What we are attempting to do is to almost Facebook the public sector. Yeah, that's currently being piloted. So in this case, I believe many of you will be familiar with LinkedIn.com. It's similar to Facebook, where you can connect to businessmen. Right? And once again, similar concept. Here is where we look at the government. Governments are not small in general. And there are a lot of people with certain knowledge that you may not know that they know. You may not know that they have the experience. Right? And we hope that through this social networking pilot that we're implementing, we can create a platform that we can connect to people that have certain expertise and write on this expertise, rather than reinventing the wheel and making the mistakes that previously has been made before. And we also hope to pilot this environment where people take the initiative to ask, and then for the other officers, whether from the same ministry or different ministries and statutory boards, to assist in providing answers. And not only assist in providing answers, but to add on to the answers as well. Right? And this is where really it's wiki in the government. Right? There are a lot of knowledge in the minds of people in the government, a lot. And these are lost for various reasons. People leave the government, right? People do leave the government. And how do you retain this knowledge, this precious knowledge? You have to capture them, right? You have to capture some of this knowledge, preserve this, and enhance on this knowledge, so that whether people come or go, the knowledge becomes explicit rather than implicit in the minds of people. And then from there you can see the evolution of how people think across time. So what we hope to do in a nutshell is for the intranet, the new intranet, which is currently being piloted. And typically our arrangement in a lot of the more emerging technologies or concepts is we don't go full big bang. In fact, we tend not to give big budgets for piloting projects. We tend to ask officers to start with a pilot, prove that it works, and these pilots could be very small scale. In fact, some of them could even be implemented by the officer that has the passion to do so. Right? And just to share, we talked about the e-citizen. Back in 1998, how was it started? It was started with zero cost. It was started because this department got an intern from a polytechnic, and this intern created some content together with the public officers. So it started from a pilot concept, and then it evolved. But the need is to start and get feedback from the public. So once again, back to the government intranet. Hopefully in the future what we have is a social canvas where the public officers can share content, connect with each other, and collaborate as a community. Okay. Now let me go into the common enterprise applications. There are many common enterprise applications that are used by the ministries, statutory boards in Singapore. Example, people management, that's the HR system, financial system, pay and claim system, procurement system, and the list goes on. I'd like to go a bit more details on the procurement system. In Singapore, we have this central procurement system called GBIS, Government E-Business, right? GBIS for short. Right, it's really web-based, one-stop for governments, all government agencies to conduct their trade with the suppliers. It's developed in 2002 under the World Trade Organization's Government Procurement Agreement. And because it's guided by that agreement, GBIS has three principles that it follows. Number one, fairness. All suppliers are treated fairly and given the same information to prepare the bids. Number two, transparency. All procedures, policies are published, made clear to everybody. And number three, value for money. All bids needs to be evaluated in totality. So what this means is typically the evaluation is in two stages. You don't look at the dollars first. You look at the proposals first. You look at the creativity of the proposals, the value of the proposals, and then after that you look at the cost. And if the cost is, if you really like this proposal and the cost is within your budget, you can award to not the lowest bidder, but basically the person, the company that provides the best solution, the best value for money solution for the organization. I'll skip this because Ronnie has covered this part. Okay. Now, objectives of this common e-procurement system is really to have an open and transparent procurement in accordance with WTO. It also is an avenue to facilitate demand aggregation. Right? And it then serves as a complete repository. That means it becomes like a database of procurement information. This is useful, especially if you want to analyze the spent analysis to see where the money is going, etc. This is useful. If you have this centralization of data through one procurement system. And pictorially, how it looks like is on the left, you'll see ministries and statutory boards gain access to the public sector portion of GBIS. Of course, the ministry's officer can source for the products and services. They can do contracting, purchasing, invoicing, supply management, and then there's a dashboard to look at the spend analysis. On the right-hand column, then the suppliers are able to register, manage the catalog. Sometimes they can publish their products on a catalog, almost like an Amazon, right? They can do purchase order management, invoice and payment. And then this whole procurement system is interfaced with the financial system. As you know, the PO needs to flow through, and then that's where we link to the financial system. Benefits, Ministry of Finance once again. Ministry of Finance as the champion. The benefits for GBIS would be increased transparency in government procurement, compliance to government procurement policies and guidelines. For the buyers, the government buyers, a wider reach to suppliers, well, increased competition, value for money, and increase in procurement efficiency. And for the suppliers, well, it's easier to do business these days because previously what they had to do was they had to flip through pages, newspapers, and make sure that they didn't miss anything, right? That happens every day. You know, somebody had to flip through pages. Nowadays, they can even have SMS alerts to trigger if there's some opportunity that meets their criteria. Right? And they can gain access to historical award information. Right? So previous awards, how much was it awarded? All is published online. If you are keen, you can go to www.gbis.gov.sg. You can see information of previous tenders published, the amount, to who, etc. All transparent. Right. Okay. Okay.
We particularly discussed this issue with our this question why we cannot access the information on the closed bid, and they said it's almost illegal to open up the confidentiality of the information.
Can I clarify the information? Can I clarify that?
I'm sorry, sometimes even international organizations who are organizing bids in Moldova don't want to disclose this information.
Right.
By the way.
Are the information not disclosed, is it because of the timing? If it's lapsed, that means if the purchase has been awarded, what is it that's stopping? What legislation is stopping the publication of the information after it's been awarded to vendor A?
Not legislation.
It's the mentality.
Okay. Then in the next segment of my presentation in the GDP, I will share you some of the legislations and policies that we need to go through. These are some of the challenges that we need to go through to really have sustainable transformation. Else it's a lot of automation, right? Next, I will talk about, or I wouldn't talk, I will show standard operating environment. I think sometimes pictures and videos paint more than 1,000 words. So just allow me to show you a short video clip of this standard operating environment. This is a huge initiative in Singapore government where we attempt to standardize all the laptops, applications, all the way down to hardware, servers, etc. Videos. I need a voice input though. Is there a voice? You can make there was a connection. There was a connection.
Stick it in.
Oh, I think it's here.
Yeah, it's there. It's not till the end, you know.
The other one. The other one.
No, that's the mic. This is the right.
SOE. It's just a common standard for everyone, where we use the same computer brand, the same network, the same messaging system.
Oh, but that's like...
Yeah, but what we already have...
I'm not familiar with this player.
The new SOE everyone is talking about is for the entire public sector.
Open. Right click. Right click, close key.
Okay. Play, is it?
No, view.
View. Full screen. Okay.
And then just rewind.
We need to start working as one government, not different agencies. Don't you remember what was said?
SOE will allow us to work together as one government. How? We all use the same familiar tools. We all access the same networks. We all share the same messaging system. Wherever we are from, whichever agency you're in. See, over the years, we have developed multiple IT environments to be fast, to stay competitive. Today, with technology and to keep up with the fast economy that is really around the world, we can pool our resources together and build one government infrastructure. And that will allow us to be more resilient, more agile, more secure. To me and to you, it means we get better service, better computers, better access to government resources. And what is most marvelous is all agencies, no matter how big, how small, from the smallest to the largest, you get the same level of service. And nobody will be left behind.
Oh, so what's going to change with this SOE? What's going to be different?
I can't tell you everything, but here are a few examples. Take the desktop. It'll be connected to a system that backs up all your files and stores them in a central database, which you can access from any SOE computer. Now, imagine your computer suddenly crashed and you can't get it running again.
Lauren, I need to use your computer. I need to print the meeting in 5 minutes.
Okay. You can log in from any SOE computer to get to your work, which you will find is automatically saved. Is it there?
Yeah, all here. Thank you so much. Okay, I print and I go, okay? Thank you.
Never log out. SOE also come with collaboration tools like instant messaging, whiteboard sharing, video conferencing. And everyone else you need to work with will also have the same tools. Otherwise, what's the point?
Hey, I'll check on my side and...
The new SOE desktop will get you a lot more face time with colleagues across all agencies because it's so easy to meet online.
Hey, Ryan, so sorry to be late. Traffic was really bad.
Yeah, very funny. Traffic jam again.
Your head, you owe us coffee.
Yeah, sorry lah. Hey, let's start whiteboard sharing. Something very beneficial. You see the section over here?
Yeah, I was thinking of that as well. Why are we including those?
Okay. This is the part I'm wondering about. It doesn't reflect
And most importantly, because you'll be sharing files and applications with each other, your new desktop will be protected by the latest security software. Viruses, trojans, spyware from external parties cannot use your SOE computer to attack others.
Hey Helen, hey, James here. Hey, yeah, I just called you to tell you that there's a virus on your computer. Yeah, my computer got quarantined as soon as I opened your email. Hey, you should check your computer as well, just in case anything gets corrupted. Yeah.
So you see, your new SOE desktop will be safer, smarter, and much more fun to work with.
Sounds good. Some more?
Okay, imagine you're transferred to a different ministry for some interagency work.
So glad you joined me today with a great team.
Imagine walking to your new workstation at your new workplace with your new director and meeting your new neighbor. You log into your new computer and then you find your old familiar desktop coming up. No need to relearn anything.
You doing a Latin dance?
Oh, yes, it is.
Wow. Wow, can you teach me?
Oh, yeah, sure. No problem.
Or say you need to call someone from
where?
another agency.
IDA?
Your
Okay.
PDA can now
thank you.
connect you to useful online databases
IDA.
like the government
IDA.
directory.
IDA. Ah,
Tanju Hong. Tanju Hong. Tanju Hong. Tanju Hong. Okay. Hello,
And
Mr.
say you
Hong.
need to catch someone from another agency online for a quick opinion. You'll know when he's online because the network will alert you.
That's really useful.
Yeah, what else? What else?
Okay, imagine you're completely hopeless with computers.
Ooh.
You're overseas on assignment and you must debrief your boss via video conference. If there's a glitch in the software, you'll find that your SOE tech support team will know it before you do and before any problem comes up. You will get all the help you need from a solutions portal and from remote live assistance. And if you really must, you can still call the help desk.
Really good.
And last one. Imagine you're someone who hates being interrupted by IT guys wanting to install stuff into your computer.
First of all, I need to install this new program.
Well, this won't happen anymore. SOE, all software upgrades, patches, programs, even new ICT are delivered online through remote computers. And you'll be able to try more innovative ICT solutions because they are easy to deploy in the new SOE.
Sounds quite high-tech. Do we really need to learn all that?
Yes, but it'll increase your market value in the civil service and beyond.
That's true.
You see, SOE will bring you new tools and new opportunities to grow. For example, in finding solutions, computer skills, and working as a team. You'll be surprised how enjoyable work can be when it's easy for everyone to work with everyone.
I like that. Thanks for explaining the SOE to us. Sorry, you are...
My name's Raj, guys. Nice chatting with you guys. Nice meeting you. Bye-bye. My name's Raj. I'm here for the 10:30 SOE meeting.
So hopefully after the video, everybody has a better understanding of SOE. Okay. I will quickly complete this presentation to end on time. Okay. Next, I'll go into the concept of shared services. In Singapore, we have recently, in the last, I think, 3 years ago, we have created a new statutory board called Vital.org. It is the public sector's efforts to aggregate common corporate services to drive economies of scale. And the savings has been annually about Singapore $4.5 million as a result of having this concept of Centre for Shared Services. Now, what is shared services? It's really bringing together common functions, HR, finance, across agencies into a separate organization. And because this is the main thing that the organization does, right, therefore this organization will have strong focus on service excellence to the other government agencies. Right? Service delivery becomes the core business of shared services, and the staff are trained to provide professional customer service. And transformation of business processes, there will be a lot of emphasis in continuous improvement by streamlining, as well as staff are trained to improve the processes themselves and provide better services. And you'll notice in this deck of slides, as well as others, there's this constant utilization of marketing, branding. Like the video SOE is actually an effort to create awareness and education amongst the public officers so that they do not need to worry about the changes that's coming. So likewise, this Vital.org, the Centre of Shared Services, also created marketing ads that's placed in multiple government agencies to promote the value of their services. And this includes, on the left, asset and inventory management services, on the right, finance services. Then, of course, one natural candidate will be HR-related services, training as well. On the left, payroll and claims. On the right, recruitment services. Now, on the left, Singapore purchases about $26 million of travel services per year. So it's obviously a good candidate for this Centre of Shared Services. So likewise, we work with the private sector to provide a one-stop travel service to the government, as well as scholarship services. It's provided by Vital.org. So if you look at it, there's actually a lot of opportunities cutting across different domains where Center of Shared Services can be applicable and can help the government make cost savings, as well as also improve career progression. Because once you aggregate, just like IDA, you aggregate the IT people, in this case you aggregate the HR people, the finance people, you have critical mass, you have opportunities to also level up their competencies and create career progression. And last 2 slides. For the entire deck, you notice there are a lot of services, etc. that's been introduced. And what were the driving forces for Singapore in terms of pushing for e-government? There are 4. Number 1, rising customer expectations. Now, the customer is so used to the Amazons in the world that they don't look at government as just another government entity. In fact, in Singapore, the citizens expect us to uplift our standard of services because they have in mind, when you think of government, they benchmark against the Amazons, the eBays. That's a very natural, instinctive thing that they do. So because of that, we will need to level up our service standards. Then, of course, online medium has gradually become the medium of choice. Because once the citizen realizes that, hey, I don't need to queue, to spend half a day or a day to queue at a counter, then this naturally will start to shift the citizen's behavior from queuing to transacting online. Now, of course, competitive global environment, the need to leverage fully on Infocom to establish best of business climate, and this I'll touch on in greater detail in the next segment, the government to business segment. Now, of course, there's this increasing pressure to do more with less, and the government is on a relentless path to always find ways to achieve greater efficiency and improve the effectiveness with less money on table. And the vital ingredients for e-government strategy: clear vision, committed leadership, involving the stakeholders, constant communication with our customers, continuous improvement. I think it's quite key message that we have to take small steps at times, demonstrate success, and because we can demonstrate success, then we can win the people that didn't believe in it, and then we form a stronger force, a stronger momentum. But you need to start somewhere. And of course, countable outcomes. The outcomes need to be quantifiable in terms of numbers, percentages, because if it's not, you can't count. If you can't count, nobody's held accountable. But once you can count, once somebody is responsible, you have a governance structure, there's reporting involved, and then people will have to react on that. I'll touch more about all these ingredients in the government to business presentation as well. And with that, I thank you very much for your time. If you have questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. It was indeed very sound what you did, and we just hope that out of this vital ingredients for strategies, I think we have committed leadership. We are ready to closely involve all stakeholders. We need clear vision, Donna.
I personally have.
Put it in writing. And we need your support definitely for making this happen. Thank you very much, and please, if you have questions, go ahead. Yes, Sergio.
Actually, I don't have questions. I have a suggestion maybe for the last wrap-up meeting. If I were you, I mean Stella, and both of you, the whole government. I ask you how to start, where to start, and so on. I think we have to get rid of all these IT guys like me, servers and so on. We have to go directly to cloud computing. I think it's clear. We have to have an IDA. We have to have cloud computing. And first of all, we have to unify our emails. If you come to World Bank and you know that I'm Sergio Panagiu, you know my email, spanagiu@worldbank.org, and that's unified worldwide. I'm not joke, that's true. And we don't have to put our emails even on our cards. It's one thing. Second, we have to delete all these domain names for each minister, because each government comes, change names. So if the new government comes, you lose the person. It's the same Dona Shkola, but it's from different minister already. It was information development, now it's MCIT. Why don't we put all these several thousand people on one domain? We are 16,000 people worldwide in the World Bank, and we have only one domain. Why Moldova country office? Actually, Moldova government could be as a country office of World Bank. I'm serious. It's a it's a business. It's you do it's a business in Moldova. I'm in the World Bank and I know how it works. So unified domains. Move emails. For instance, for a small Moldovan Gmail, controlled by government. Again, IDA can do it, Moldovan IDA. Why do we need all these servers? Why do we need these guys with glasses coming, installing all this stuff? You have just a small computer connecting to IDA, Moldovan IDA, and opening its email. We don't have cases when one minister cannot send a message to his peer, yes. And it's easier. This way will trigger even the infrastructure. This way, our government will understand. Each minister very easily will understand that we need fiber optic. Nobody will complain. Why should this? And this can be reached also if you give freedom to private sector. They will install everything. Just give them freedom and control a little bit. So this, I think, we should do. Sorry for emotions.
That's fine when IT people have emotions. It's not so often happened, even if in Moldova. But I would like to bring a little bit of business, corporate, government aspects to what Sergiu said on his perspective. Because something from what you presented to us, something suggests me that not only CIO function is centralized in an agency, in your corporation, but also functions like human resource management is centralized, which is not the case here. So procurement is centralized, and probably PR and internal PR and external marketing is also centralized. Product development function also is somehow centralized. If you have the shared services division, it means that your government not only functions as a corporation, it looks like the most efficient corporation in the world. And you probably have business process management in place and some other information systems implemented, which means that if we want to succeed, we have to look to the structure of the government and to re-engineer its functions and processes, which is much more deeper as an intervention, which is much more deeper in our efforts, resources it requires, and of course the results it will bring. And I would like all of us to think in terms of priorities and in terms of giving to our efforts as much deep implications as possible from the very beginning. Because things like what Sergiu enumerated are very useful, fast to achieve, not very expensive, and will bring some results, but on short term. Because in longer term, this will be forgotten very fast with the next government change. Thank you.
This is for short, but actually this is the basement. As we are very proud of having this. No. Anyway, you won't be able to do what they show us without emails. I mean, efficient emails and efficient communication. The whole idea of these guys, you see that they are professional language and so on, is every product should be sold. And if you don't have communications, or you don't have marketing, you don't sell your product. I mean, don't sell.
Yeah.
And emails, we have this registry. We're very proud of having this registry. Registry is very good, and this is a basement. What we did, all these years we built the basement, but we didn't prepare the rest of materials, everything to be ready now to build the rest of the building. We put just the building and then the basement, and we're very proud of that. So for the government, for e-government, emails, efficient emails and all this stuff what I said is just the basement. And this basement also trigger other stuff like infrastructure and so on. That's what the idea.
If I could just add on, I think both parties have very valid points. In fact, just to share in Singapore's context, before we threw out our very first portal in 1998 or 9, we have already implemented email. Email was in place. So there are certain merits, but don't look at email as an IT application. Look at it as a critical communication channel, a critical communication means. In fact, these days, without email, if our email goes down, we can't work. It's almost to the extent. And then of course, there are separate issues of having, make sure that it doesn't go down. Now, of course, there's a separate set of issues. But then it really helps to kind of drive the behavior, and it also helps people to have be more comfortable with computers, because then when minister starts exchanging emails and when minister starts sending emails down to your people that you report to, they have no choice but to follow the lead, and then so on and so forth.
If they read those. We have cases when you send the minister an email to an employee and he reads it after 2 days.
Okay. Yeah. That's right. Yep.
Cultural problem.
But it has to be top down. It cannot be bottom up. Of course, right? So CEO has got.
And on this topic, I would like to mention. I mean, I'm Oleg Petrov. I'm a knowledge coordinator at the Global ICT Department at the World Bank in Washington, and so I'd like to. I had a lot of comments to make, but I really want to emphasize just one, because I think this is what really is important. The striking example, from Singapore, which made all the difference. There are a lot of countries which are trying to do all of this, but very few have succeeded. And we know all these horror stories, how many projects have failed. Some people say 85% of all the government projects failed, right? Singapore has a different story, a success story, right? So I'm sure you had some share of failures, but I'm sure it's less than 85%. So, and what made it different, I think, is that you have leadership, and leadership has two aspects. One is executive leadership, which is very, very important, top level. But also they have implementation level leadership, operational leadership. And that's what a lot of countries did not have. To make things happen, to do the change management, the process engineering, it takes guts, it takes the political support, but it also takes capacity and competence, to implement all of this. And Singapore, unlike many others, had extremely efficient and effective ICT agency, implementation level agency, which worked using the best practices from the private sector. Sometimes I wonder if Singapore is a country, is it a city, or is it a company? And I think they combine all of this, and they took the best from each level, and I think the industry, the private sector best practice is very present here. You could see the latest cutting-edge practices from the private sector already implemented in Singapore. And I think if in Moldova we could achieve both the executive leadership and the implementation level leadership, implementation capacity, I think that then you could make this all happen. The rest, because all these are zeros, if you don't have the leadership and implementation, it will remain zero. But that will make it one. So that will make it, one plus lots of zeros. So I think that this is a very important factor. And the leadership is important at every step. Like Melanie, if she didn't provide this leadership to us, we wouldn't be sitting here today. It was because of her personal commitment leadership that we're able to put this together, respond to the letter from the Minister of ICT to organize this workshop. And I think I really encourage all of you to take personal role in this leadership in every area, because it depends on all of us to make this happen. And we need to create a central leadership capacity in Moldova somewhere, and it's up to you to decide how to design it, but it is a must. So that's the one comment I want to make.
Thank you, Oleg. Please. We came to a point when probably some idea how to move on are important. So let me propose the following. First of all, I think before establishing such an institution, agency, IDA for Moldova, there is a need with support maybe from our colleague from Singapore and maybe other international experts to run an audit of what has been done so far in Moldova, in governmental institution, in maybe in private sector, and to prepare a report with a quick win and long-term program for being implemented and change the situation in Moldova. Then having such a report, we can do some estimates and define how much money are needed for implementing some of the program, which will be identified. Then to create such an authority in Moldova, but to discuss very professionally with stakeholders, I mean private sector, with the governmental, with the professional organization like ICT organization, and define well the statute of this organization, how it will be financed, who will be accountable to whom. Everything should be detailed, and then create this institution and start first projects for trying to implement the existing application and new created application into one framework. But one very important thing is right now for the government to take care how the bids are organized in Moldova, because very often when, for example, right now there is a bid financed by International Migration Organization for HR system for Minister of Health. And I know that the cost is the main element of selecting the winner of this bid. Now, there are companies in apartments, 2-3 people, and they are developing applications for different governmental institutions. All these applications will not be used tomorrow. Right now, government should think selecting winners and selecting application which can be further integrated in such a system which will provide this type of services. Otherwise, we'll only spend money for 1 or 2 years and nothing will happen in Moldova. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nedelchuk. You made very, very good points. I also noticed one important point about centralization of the procurement. For example, one ministry now is buying antivirus programs. Another ministry is buying another antivirus program, paying twice as much, rather than just increasing the number of the computers of the users. I think it's a very good point. Thank you very much. Others? Yes, please, Mr. Ramash.
Thank you. Also on public procurement, I just wanted to, maybe you can explain us 2 issues. Once you said that your public procurement are in compliance with the WTO agreement. I mean, that means that how you address that, how other companies can access or get listed in your database of products and services. This is one point, and the second point, if natural in a competitive environment, if someone is already in that particular database of you and you make one procurement from him, I mean, naturally other agencies will tend to buy again from him, and by that creating again a competitive advantage to that particular company, which finally might shrink your choice and finally being against competitiveness. How do you address that?
Because basic, the first company is providing very good service to me, then there's actually very little reason, whether it's an electronic system or not, for me to not to continue working. I think this is really basically relationships at play, right? The second question is listed. In terms of listed, it's actually very simple. Register. We basically have this setup where physical setup where you can actually go there to validate that you're indeed company A, show the cert, and then after that you are given a PIN, ID and PIN, and then you can gain access online. Right. And could I just add on as well? You see, I understand your issues with regards to competition. And one of the things that we do, as you notice, demand aggregation sometimes will lessen the number of competitors. But on the flip side, we are trying to balance that by providing we call GB's Mall, M-A-L-L. It's like a shopping mall that has no key restrictions for any small, medium businesses to list their products and services there. So we actually encourage and actually educate the small, medium businesses to list their products there. And for certain purchases that perhaps less than, let's say, $3,000 in Singapore, we actually encourage the public government officers to see whether are those buys relevant. And if they do buy, obviously they're supporting the small, medium enterprises. So at the end of the day, there are various ways to procure. And it's the aggregation of all these means to procure that balances between demand aggregation, which is cost savings, as well as promoting enterprises. So it's a collation of various procurement approaches.
Since we're running out of time, I will allow for another one question. So please, if you wish to address anything. If no, separately. Okay. Thank you very much for this session, and it was indeed very helpful and I hope interactive. So all the best, and Melanie, the floor is yours.
Yes, listen, it's already 3:15. We kind of missed the coffee break. So what I'm going to suggest is we have our colleagues from Washington joining us. I hope you can hear us. Can you hear us in Washington?
Yeah, they should be able to hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so what I was going to suggest is maybe if people want to get up and get a coffee and bring it back or use the restroom, is that reasonable? Or or take a 5-minute break?
Sounds great on our side.
Is that okay on your side?
Yeah, that's super.
So okay, why don't we just grab a cup of coffee and then come back and we'll start in about five minutes.
Okay, great.
Yes, I know. Thank you so much. So we'll see you tomorrow for dinner, right?
Yes,
okay,
sure.
with the Prime Minister. Okay, good. Thanks so much. Thank you so much. How you doing, Nessa?
Hi, colleagues.
Dinner.
I saw Svetlana Bagaudinova there.
Валера, здравствуйте. Не мог ответить на семинаре своего партнера. Да ничего, нормально. Да. Да, так. Да, Валера. Да, потом еще что обсудим, да. Ну ты дай, какой дашь? Да. Хорошо. Сколько? Кого? 5? Ну давай, да. Давай, да.
Colleagues in Washington, hi. I wanted to make sure that you can hear us.
Yeah, we can hear you.
That's great. We will start in a couple of minutes because
okay, that's super.
We're running slightly behind schedule. I see that Svetlana is coming. That's great.
Yeah.
Hi, Svetlana.
Victor, hi. Good to see you.
Nice to see you. I've sent you an email.
You did? Right now?
Yeah, I did. I think it's on your BlackBerry minutes ago.
Okay, perfect.
So we have here people from the best doing business destination who weeks ago assisted Mr. Medvedev in opening a restaurant in Singapore. Sebastian, were you the one showing Mr. Medvedev the functionality of which system?
Yes.
Which system was that?
That will be the system that's called Online Business Licensing Service, which I will be sharing the exact same thing that I shared.
Did you hear that? Online Business Licensing
Service.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be sharing exactly what we shared with President Medvedev.
Yeah.
And a bit more.
So you will get the same message your president has got.
Excellent. We're really pleased to hear that.
By the way, yesterday with Sebastian, we went to Krikova and we saw, it is called Kaza, where wine is being stored. And one of those Kaza is owned by your Prime Minister, Putin.
Wow. In Moldova?
Yeah, in Krikova, underground.
It's called foreign investment and business facilitation, Victor.
Look, if you want one, next time you're here, you can place an order. It costs $1 per bottle per year, just to store it.
Perfect,
And
Victor.
they say
As soon
that
as
every year,
As soon as we get the request, we'll be on our way to Moldova.
Okay, let's invite the people to come back into the room because we have people in Washington waiting.
It's okay. It's okay. Take your time.
By the way, could you call Irina Astrakhan and see whether she's gonna come? If you have a phone there, her extension is 88243. I see a phone on the left near the table. Yeah, 88243.
I'm calling her. Is she supposed to be in this session?
I told her about, and I've sent her the presentation because it's about elements of RIA, regulatory impact assessment, which are done online basically.
We had Scott Jacobs presenting to the team yesterday.
Oh, we should have got Scott here because it's all in line with his philosophy.
I was actually thinking about it, but he had some meetings in the morning today.
So we cannot take it for granted that Irina will show up because she has a board review meeting, but she said if she can match the two events, she will come.
That's why I kind of asked. Yeah, but that was one of the areas which. Check my.
Здравствуйте. Очень приятно, Олег. Надо поставить вашу табличку. Вот это, да? Пожалуйста. Значит, у вас есть какие-то вопросы? Вам все как бы рассказали, да, про задумку? Нет. То есть идея, что эта сессия позволит определиться, какие нужны next steps, следующие шаги, чтобы Молдова смогла подняться высоко по doing business, как бы этот ranking, с помощью ИКТ. То есть какие реформы наиболее как бы перспективные. Ну это нам расскажут, да? Они что-то расскажут. То есть как бы сейчас сингапурцы расскажут, как они это сделали. Потом у нас в Вашингтоне есть там 2 человека, которые это делают во всех странах, да, глобальная команда, которая советует странам, как с помощью, в том числе ИКТ, повысить свой как бы ranking. Да? Процедура как идет? То есть процедура, значит, они сделают презентацию сразу, то есть, да, или просто даем слово? Там будет, там, да, сразу. Вы можете пару слов сказать, как бы объяснить вашу позицию. Идея, что Молдова может как бы leapfrog с помощью ИКТ и прочее, да, как бы вступительное слово. Потом они сделают презентацию где-то минут на 30, у меня 2 части. Первая шоу-кейс того, что есть, вторая это как они туда попали, как они все сделали. А? Вот. И вы можете между ними прервать на Q&A, сделать вопросы, ответы, да? И можете их попросить, чтобы они во время этого перерыва между 2 частями part 1, да, чтобы они, прежде чем открывать обсуждение, вы можете их попросить сделать как бы коротенький как бы комментарий по 5 минут там каждый за 10 минут всего, да, чтобы рассказать, как World Bank там вот считает, ну короче, можно с помощью ИКТ там повышать конкурентоспособность и прочее. То есть они не занимают персонально. Вот, это была девушка, если вы помните, 2 месяца назад. Вот, короче, а потом общее обсуждение, да, то есть вторая часть сделает, первая часть обсуждения, вторая часть обсуждения, да, то есть такой план. Вот, но идея, все, кто хотел вопросы задавать, да, все вопросы задавать, но у нас дискуссанты именно вот они там, ребята, что-нибудь. Вот, и у вас титулы всех есть, вы можете их просто назвать, представить, да, вот, но идея, что мы должны из этой сессии сингапурцев, из этих ребят, выжать максимально конкретные шаги, next steps, да, low hanging fruits, которые могут Молдове помочь повысить как бы свой рейтинг, да, doing business. Okay? Да, спасибо. Okay, before we open, I just wanted to mention that we also have the live webcast. And we have internet audience who are watching this online. Also, there's a Twitter live coverage. I'm doing some tweeting here. If you're interested, The hashtag is eMoldova09, so you can add your own comments. По-русски сказать? Да, скажи. Значит, те, кто интересуется, вы можете потом это сами посмотреть и другим тоже коллегам порекомендовать. Это у нас записывается, вживую идет трансляция в интернете, все это записывается. Можно будет потом посмотреть и послать вашим коллегам эту ссылку. Вот. И кроме этого у нас идет live coverage, трансляция через Twitter. Если вы знаете, такая очень мощная есть система для оповещения такого массового ключевых каких-то идей, которые у нас здесь возникают, мы их рассылаем по всему миру, и люди их обсуждают, да. И вот уже отсюда у нас, если у вас есть желание участвовать в Твиттере, хэштаг называется eMoldova09, да. Вот. И сейчас мы переходим к новой сессии. У нас есть аудитория. Now we'll switch to English. We have discussants in Washington. I would like to ask my colleague, I don't know if Marianne is there. If not, then I'll ask, yeah, Marianne, could you please confirm that you're ready to start and introduce the audience in Washington there?
Yes, of course. Do we have the video? Yes, so hello everyone. We are happy to be here with you. It's morning time in DC, so we have the 4 experts from Doing Business team. And actually, I think it's better if they introduce themselves.
Hi, good morning everybody. My name is Massimiliano Santini. I work in the Doing Business Reform Advisory team, and I will speak later on about best practices in the East Europe region on ICT and how do they impact the doing business indicators.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Stefka Slavova and I work also with Masi in the Doing Business Reform Advisory team here in Washington. And just like him, I'll join the discussion on how ICT elements come into play when we're implementing doing business reforms. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Thanks.
Thank you. Добрый день, Светлана Багаудинова из команды ведения бизнеса. Я думаю, что с некоторыми из вами я знакома, так как была в Кишиневе уже несколько раз. Я кратко ознакомлю вас с 30 ведущими странами в отчете ведения бизнеса и теми достижениями, которых они достигли в сфере IT.
In the ICT sector.
Bună ziua și bine v-am găsit. Numele meu este Alexandra Mincu. Lucrez alături de Svetlana în echipa Doing Business.
I'm working together with Svetlana in the Doing Business team.
Și voi prezenta câteva date cu privire la impactul pe care reformele ICT le au le constatăm în proiectul nostru.
That we are dealing with in our project.
Thank you very much. Melanie, would you like to introduce the chair of this session?
Yes. Yes, welcome to our guests in Washington. And I would like to introduce the Deputy Minister of Economy, Sergiu Ciobanu, who will be chairing this session. So over to you, Sergiu.
Thank you. Mulțumesc, doamnă director.
Thanks, dear director, dear colleagues. Let me start by welcoming you to this session. It is in fact a very important session for us, considering the fact that, as I said in the presentation that was done in the opening part of the workshop, that the ICT sector during the last 5-6 years have grown significantly in the Republic of Moldova. It is very important for the weight of the added value of the ICT in the GDP. It also grew compared to the last period up to 2004, and the main focus is that the state also understood.
Do you hear the English translation in Washington? Because I see that. Do you hear the English translation? It seems like. Hello. Do you hear the English translation?
translation in Washington?
Can't hear English translation.
Ah, okay.
We cannot hear you.
So
we cannot hear the English.
So the essential is that the state also understood that the ICT sector is an important one, and they made everything possible for the sector to be exempted of the income tax, which this exemption expires this year. But anyway, the fact that we have or shall apply the zero rate income tax until 2011, it's no need to amend this, and it will remain in force further. So we, the Ministry of Economy, are trying to, or hope very much, to get a good discussion, to obtain more information and experience of our colleagues. We hope we will have some constructive discussions that will come with solutions and ideas and concrete steps with regard to that need to be undertaken to increase the weight or the share of the ICT technologies in. In fact, this sector is one that we can get specialized in very efficiently. Considering this fact, I would like to wish success to my colleagues here in Chisinau and those who are going to make presentations today. We have prepared two presentations. One is about launching businesses in Singapore, the role of ICT, and second is lessons learned and critical factors for success. So this will be done by the colleagues that have made presentations earlier. So I would suggest that we pass directly to the report, and we will give the floor to our colleagues. So I guess we will give the floor now to Mr. Sebastian Fu, Executive Consultant of IDA International.
Salute.
Hi. The presentation is going to be in Romanian, yeah?
In the previous presentation, we talked about government to citizen and government to employees. In this particular presentation, I'll focus specifically on government to business. I'll cover the background in Singapore. I'll talk about something called rules review. This focuses on how we review the rules and policies before we automate them. Next, I'll give you a perspective of how startups start and do their business in Singapore in terms of interacting with the government. And then next, I'll provide behind the scenes insights and lessons learned. In a nutshell, Singapore is a relatively small place. Population is about 4.9 million. And we are quite pleased to be ranked #1 in the world for easiest place to do business for 4 consecutive years. Right? And just to give you in a nutshell, the small medium businesses in Singapore economy. In the Singapore economy, 99.2% of all businesses comprises of small medium enterprises. So this is a very, very key group of businesses that we need to serve to make their life easy and convenient in terms of interacting with the government, in terms of complying with the regulations from the government. Let me go straight into the rules review section. In August 2000, Singapore government actually sought and act on the feedback to cut business red tape. This is to ensure that government rules and regulations remain relevant and supportive of a pro-business environment, So we created a panel called Pro Enterprise Panel. This is chaired by very senior government leaders. Right? In fact, it's chaired by the head of civil service. And within the committee sits members from the private sector and from the government as well. The rules of, or the principles of rules review So number one, we should foster self-regulation and market discipline as much as possible. Number two, new regulations should take into account the views of relevant stakeholders, whether from government or from the private sector, and the potential implications for the existing regulations. Third, the cost of regulation should not exceed its intended benefits. Number four, regulation should adopt a risk management approach instead of zero tolerance approach. So basically what it means is that if it's something that you're not familiar with, don't say no straight away. Assess the risk implications and balance that against saying no. Fifth, regulation should facilitate a competitive and innovative climate to grow the industry. Let me give you some examples. Well, in Singapore, there is a recent relaxation of dancing rules. What happened before was that... Sorry?
Go ahead.
Okay. What happened was, before, pub or disco operators had to get a police license or license from the police to specify exactly where people can dance. Right? So they have to draw a map and say only this area, square, yep, for dancing, the rest no dancing. Now then you know people can just dance a bit out of the square, out of the box. So after the rules review through the Pro Enterprise panel, this was fed back. So the review, and now operators only need to state in their license application that they want to have dancing, and they can make their own judgment where to dance. Right? So we have resolved the dancing issue. Now let's go into the fishing issue. Now before, visitors were not allowed on fish farms so as to minimize the risk of transmitting diseases to fish. And you may wonder, why would Singaporeans want to visit fish farms? The reason is because most of us are pretty urban, so we live in concrete jungles. And during weekends we want to relax, and sometimes relaxing means visiting some of the nature, some of the fish farms. Right? And obviously before this we can't do it. Right now, the government has allowed for fish farms to be used for recreational activities if owners put in certain measures to manage the risks. For example, you don't limit too many people, and not to feed the fish unnecessarily. So now you can visit fish farms. This is the screen capture of the Pro Enterprise panel. Pro Enterprise panel is under the umbrella of Ministry of Trade and Industry that looks at the economic transformation of Singapore. And within the Pro Enterprise panel website, what the government actively encourages and communicates to the business community is, if you face challenges, if you face obstacles put by the government, please let us know. And this is a simple form. Tell us what's the issue, what regulation you think is causing the problem, what suffering are you facing in your business, the business impact, and even propose the rules to change and how to change it. We want to hear the feedback from the business community. And I'm proud to share that since the formation of this Pro Enterprise panel, we have received 1,700 suggestions from the business community, and more than 50% are accepted. And every one of these 1,700 suggestions are published online. Right? Published online. So you can see what the businesses are commenting. You can see the response by the government, whether they accept or not, the rationale for accepting or not. And let me give you an example. In this specific pro-enterprise feedback, a businessman is basically, in a way, complaining that he only knew that he need to pay for a very hefty license fee to conduct his food and beverage business. In Singapore's context, he needs to pay $28,000, which is too much for him to bear as a startup. And after much deliberation between the pro-enterprise panel, comprising of government leaders as well as private sector, it has dropped to, I believe, $5,000. And in addition to getting feedback, suggestions from the business community, we also actively encourage the government officers to suggest whether there are areas to improve the way the government interacts with the businesses. So this is actually a snapshot of what can be found on the intranet, where some government officers suggest ways to better the interactions, to create more convenience, to create more value for the business community. So the feedback and suggestions not only come from the business community, but we also actively encourage the government officers to suggest if they see that something is not done right. Now, let me share with you from a startup perspective how a typical Singaporean startup will interact with the government online. And once again, I'll use a storytelling fashion. For those that have joined the earlier sessions, you'll be familiar with John. And now John has interest to start a restaurant. And for information, actually, this specific set of slides and actual screenshots were shared with President Medvedev on 16 November. So he was actually seated beside me like Ronnie is. And I actually walked through with him. And I believe what happened was he made remarks about him opening a Russian restaurant in Singapore. And I think it caused quite a bit of interest at the federal level in Russia to see how to transform and how to create a more pro-enterprise, pro-business friendly environment in Russia. Okay, now this is John. Well, he will experience a seamless journey from planning a business to registering for licenses, right, and then even marketing his services. Right, because John wants to do a startup, he'll need information about planning a business. So on the left, you'll see things such as business planning, guides, startup e-advisory, resource library. All this are actually located in a central portal, which I'll share with you later. And once he has gotten enough information about planning his business, he will need to start his business by applying for the right licenses. And I'll share with you how he does that. Then once his licenses has been approved, he can officially run his business. And in running a business, there are even avenues where government provides means for him to market his services to overseas as well. And I'll share with you that as well. Okay. This is the Enterprise One portal, the government to business portal that John will go to if he wants to get information and transact services for his business needs. So with this portal, it basically integrates content from his perspective rather than from the agency perspective. Here you'll notice content are classified according to industries, and at the bottom of this there are certain life cycle, certain business topics that you can gain access to. An example of some of the content that's available for John is how-to guides. For example, 7-step guide to getting your business premises, 8 steps for business startups, and more. And by the way, most of this content is professionally copyrighted as well, same as the e-citizen content that we previously talked about. And there's a huge repository of resources that John can gain access to, and this will help him in areas ranging from business e-guides like business law, specifically for small, medium businesses, right, to help them to understand some of the issues that they may face. On taxes, entrepreneurship guide to planning, starting and running a business in Singapore. Those are some of the content that John can find, can read, can comprehend. Let me show you some of the integrated e-services that make life easy for John as an entrepreneur. One of the useful e-service is called the funding options. Basically, in the Singapore government, there are various funding mechanisms, incentives, grants from the government, even perhaps from the private sector, that are available for different types of businesses depending on the maturity of the business, the sector of the business, and the list goes on. So sometimes it may be a bit daunting, confusing for the businessman to figure out exactly which are the right incentives for him to apply. And through this very simple electronic e-service, what John basically does is that he will select. You see here, one of the questions is, why do you need money? So John can basically select to fund my startup. And the next step, the second step, is a couple of other questions. Do you have assets to put up as collaterals? Will you be using the funds to buy an asset? And a few other questions. So John will answer those questions as well. And that's it. Basically based on the list of incentives and grants in the database, and based on the options that John has selected, there will be a match, and we'll pull out the relevant incentive schemes that will be suitable for John. Okay. Now, this part I will spend a bit more time. This is the online business licensing service that we have been mentioning for quite a while. So let me share with you the steps that John will actually experience in applying for licenses. In Singapore, there are about 250 licenses. So from a startup perspective, the question is, what are the licenses relevant for him? Right? And it's usually a very difficult question to answer because John is not from the government. In fact, before we started this particular effort, even the government agency officers were not too sure exactly how many licenses were there in Singapore. I was in the initial team, and just to share you a story, right? I was actually in the program office, and I was asking, okay, how many licenses were there in Singapore? And somebody told you, Ned, it's here. There are 20 plus. I said, okay, then the job is quite simple, right? I'll just select the high priority ones and put it online. But we decided to do something else. We decided to throw out a survey to all the agencies just to validate whether are there 20 plus licenses. And the number came out to be 254. And nobody in the government knew it before we did this survey. Nobody knew. Everybody was 20 plus, right? So everybody was functioning pretty silo. So the agency was functioning very well, but it's basically focused within the silo boundaries of the walls. And this is an initiative that basically broke through the walls in all the government agencies and really created one of the most strategic whole-of-government e-service that we're actually very proud of. Now, let's go back to the story. Well, John wants to open a restaurant. So what he can do is he can either type in the word restaurant into the search field, or he can navigate through the directory structure. Right? So assuming that he takes the easier way, he inputs restaurant as the keyword. What happens next is the system will pull out the listing, and this is a listing of the relevant licenses specific to opening a restaurant. And not only that, you'll notice there are two circled sections. The first section will tell him that you require, is mandated for you to apply for these licenses because you're opening a restaurant. There's no escape. You have to apply, right? It's mandated by legislation. But you'll see in another section, you may need, these are optional licenses that you may need to apply depending on what type of restaurants that you want. If your restaurant has live band, somebody playing music, then you may need to apply for a public entertainment license from the police. If your restaurant doesn't have live band, then there's no need to apply. So what we did was we segregated the mandated licenses from the non-mandated ones so that it's clearer for John to understand what are the licenses that he may need to apply and he must apply. And just looking at this list of licenses, it may not still be clear to John whether he should apply for some of these licenses or not. So John can easily click on any one of these licenses to see information that is relevant to him. We have polled businesses, the business community and associations, and we realized at the end of the day, in applying for any license, there are about 6 to 7 common questions that all businesses want to know. 6 to 7 common questions, right? The answers could be different depending on the agency, the license, but there's 6 to 7 common questions. One of them, do I really need to apply for this license? If I don't need to, please don't bother me, right? Second is, what conditions do I need to fulfill? You know, is it just filling up a simple form, or do I need to attach document A, document B, document C? I need to be clear so that when I'm ready to apply, I have all these documents ready to go, right? And a few more other questions. And the other thing, along the same theme, we actually asked the agencies to supply us with all these answers to the questions for each of the licenses. And in addition, we got a professional copywriter to change the wording, because we realized that even some of the replies we couldn't understand. Right? So we had to clarify with the agency, is this what you mean? And then we got professional copywriter to write it in a way that most businesses that have no idea of government structures, no idea of how government operates, can still understand what they need to do to move on. So once again, back to the story that John now clearly understands that he needs to apply for a specific set of licenses. John can simply select the license and add it to a shopping cart. It's almost like buying a book in Amazon and putting it onto the shopping cart. Same concept. When we designed this, we had Amazon in mind. I'm not joking. When I designed this, I had Amazon in mind. I was looking at the best practices, and I wasn't looking at governments. I was looking at the best practices in the private sector, because when we were doing this, nobody else was doing it at the time. Right? So we basically looked at the best out there in the commercial practices and borrowed those concepts and utilized and localized these concepts for our purposes. So here you will see that we have selected, or John has selected, 3 licenses and placed them into the license shopping cart. And what I have done in terms of the screen capture is I skipped a couple of steps. Before this screen, what John will need to do is he will need to authenticate himself online. After successful authentication, he goes into this particular section. And what is this section? This is where the magic is. What happens before this implementation of service is John will have to queue up to perhaps maybe 3 or 4 government agencies for half a day, fill up a form. And what happens? Almost every single form, the first page requires the same information from John. Name, address, telephone number, the list goes on. Right? So John is wondering, why do I need to fill the same information repeatedly to different government agencies? Aren't you one government? And this was a complaint that we received as well. And we designed the system so that John only needs to fill any information and provide to the government once. The system will then disseminate the right information to the right agency. Right? In this case, while John applies for 3 licenses, John could apply for 5 licenses. There's only one integrated form. One integrated form. The form is combined. John is not applying for 3 licenses in 3 different forms. It's not 3 different online forms. It's one integrated online form combined to one. All information is filled once, right, and then disseminated behind the scene. And you will notice also that in this form, some of the information has already been pre-populated. For example, Singapore citizen, male, etc. This is pulled from the common databases that we've been talking about, the People Hub database. Right? So we borrow the concept that if government already has my information, don't ask me again. Right? Pull the information out. And this also has added value. It lessens the chance for somebody to fill the wrong information. And then when you pass the information back to the database, there's inconsistency. Right? So the story goes, John fills the one integrated form. And of course, because in licensing, there are cases where you will need to provide various supporting documents to substantiate why you want to apply, etc. There's option for John to attach various documents and upload them. And the next part is what John can do is John can make consolidated payment. So it's one payment. He could be applying for 3 licenses to 3 different government agencies, but he makes one payment. Right? And what happens behind the scene, the money is then dispersed to different government agencies. Right? And not only that, the concept of consolidation is also in this part. What happens is after payment, the one form is then broken up into chunks. Chunk A goes to agency A because agency A needs the information to process. Chunk B of the integrated form goes to agency B for processing, and chunk C goes to agency processing. And these agencies will do the back-end processing, right? And then come back to this service to provide one consolidated response to John. So at the end of the day, within a certain level of service level agreement, John will receive a message either through SMS or through email that his licenses has been approved. He can start his business now. And after starting his business, if John does well and wants to venture overseas, of course, then John can leverage on something called Buy Singapore Portal. Right? This is a screenshot of Buy Singapore Portal. Basically, this Buy Singapore Portal allows John to publish his products and services, to source for international partnerships, people from overseas that may be interested to partner with him in Singapore. Right? So this is an avenue for Singapore companies to reach out to overseas market, as well as for overseas partners to reach out to Singapore companies. So this provides a very convenient one gateway for John to reach out, to market his products and services to the international markets. And of course, no Singapore G2B, government to business sharing, should go without TradeNet. And in terms of TradeNet, this TradeNet has a pretty long history. It was launched in 1989, right? And the TradeNet system has been operational since then. It's an electronic data interchange system that allows for computer-to-computer exchange of intercompany business documents in established format between connected members of the Singapore trading community. It links up to 35 different parties that are involved in trading. And let me show you a before and after situation. Well, before TradeNet, there were obviously manual processes. Right? So in terms of submission of documents, what the businesses had to do was to pay for dispatch riders, people on scooters, sending documents, the courier. But now with TradeNet, it can be all done electronically, either office or at home. And the time of submission, when it was manual-based, paper-based, obviously you have to restrict to the office hours. And with going online or electronic format, obviously it's 24/7. And what happened previously was the number of trips that businesses had to do. Each agency had to go down twice, right? Submit a form, maybe make payment another time. But now with this TradeNet, no trips are required. And from multiple documents, copies of documents, it became one single document. Turnaround time has gone down from 4 hours to 2 to 4 days, 2 to 7 days, down to 10 minutes. Right? And the list goes on. Okay. Once again, this is Uncle Charlie. And this is really to highlight that while the previous batch of slides talks about having the ability to access internet, having to be ICT savvy, so as to get the benefits of all those services, we have not forgotten Uncle Charlie. Right? Uncle Charlie can still benefit from the convenience of this one-stop integrated service, the faster turnaround time, through a couple of channels. Number one is we actively work with business associations. Right? Chinese chambers, Malay chambers, Indian chambers, you listed, we have worked with all of them. We have prepared them way before the launch of this service, to prepare them so that we work with them as even our training partners, so that they can communicate a message to the business community that this is coming and this is really creating value for their members. And the earlier presentation you heard about the Citizen Connect Centers, once again, we are leveraging on these Citizen Connect Centers. These are physical centers where Uncle Charlie can approach people to assist him in terms of transacting online. Of course, hopefully eventually Uncle Charlie will gain the confidence to transact himself. And in addition, at the very earliest stage of this initiative, we worked with third-party commercial firms. This could be like secretarial firms, legal firms that basically transact on behalf of other businesses for a token sum of money. So we work with 200 plus secretarial firms to make sure that they know this is coming, to also help them to level up their ICT competencies so that they can leverage on this to help their clients transact electronically with the government. Okay. I will go straight into the insights and lessons learned. Okay. There are obviously many factors that needs to implement successful e-government programs, and this is a listing of some of them. What I will not do is I will not provide descriptions for each. What I would like to do is to bring all of you through a journey that I've experienced in 2001 to 2003 and share you some of the pain, some of the pleasure that we have gone through to make this whole of government integrated e-service successful. Okay. Back in 2001, the drivers for us to think about this whole of government e-licensing system was businesses were in a way complaining. Why are there so many licenses to apply? Number one. After they knew that they had applied for licenses, which agency to go to? Right? And then another complaint. Why must I keep providing the same information to the government? Aren't you one government? Then, because we didn't provide clarity in terms of how long it took to approve, so the businesses were kept in the dark. There was no proper communication. So they were not sure how long it took the government to respond back. So they're waiting, and perhaps maybe calling at times. So there's frustration, right? And then they will ask, why do I need to pay? And this is a very interesting scenario in Singapore. Why do I need to pay government a set of information from the government about me and pass it to another agency? Can't you do it behind the scene? Aren't you one government? Can't you pass the information behind from a database or you access it? Why do you impose the burden on me as a businessman to buy from agency A to give to agency B? Right? So we took this at heart, and let me share you what was done. As we have previously described in the earlier sessions, in working out planning e-services, and even more so for integrated services, there are 101 things that will be on top of the mind. Many different issues to consider. So what were the three topmost things that we prioritized? Number one, we created a core team. This core team, and it's very key, comprises of both business domain people and technical domain people. The business domain people came from the champion of this particular electronic service, Ministry of Trade and Industry. So they were the champions and they were the domain experts. They were there. The technical people came from IDA. I was there. Right. So we formed this close group. And once this group was formed, the government basically let us loose. Right. So basically this core team then proposed the governance structure, right, to senior stakeholders. What does it take to get people to work together? What does it take to get agencies with different agenda to work together? Right. We proposed a governance structure which I'll share in the later slides. The third thing that we did was we worked with all the agencies to understand the licensing landscape. What I mean by licensing landscape is how many licenses are out there, right? Remember the story I told you? We thought there was 20 plus, it came out to be 254, right? I can remember until today it's 254 because I got shocked. We need to understand not only what are these licenses, but the types of licenses. Are they startup licenses? Are they operational licenses? Right? Because this then helps us to prioritize where are the pain points faced by the businesses. And we then realized that the pain points were starting a business. This is at a time where businesses are not sure what to do. There are so many things up in their mind, very confused, and yet there's so many licenses that they need to apply. They didn't know. And to conduct the landscape analysis, we utilize a methodology of understanding each license's process information. So every single license, 254, what is the process information? What is the system information? What data are they collected? So this is a screenshot of some of the templates that we utilize. This actual activity, to really transform this actual activity, took us 3 months. To collate all the information, number one, to clean the information. Because a lot of times when the information comes back from the agencies, either they didn't fill some parts, or some parts we look at it, it's not answering the question. So then we had to have some face-to-face clarifications with the agency to make sure that the data that we have is clean. Because we need to analyze the data. Why do we need to analyze the data? Because we need to prioritize what are the licenses that should be rolled out first. And our approach started, and I highlighted the word not with converting licenses to electronic format. Converting licenses to electronic format is at the bottom part. You'll see there's a dotted line beneath it. That is the conversion from manual to electronic. What we did, key things we did was, our approach started with a joint list of agreed outcomes, agreed key performance indicators. These key performance indicators were tabled at the governance structure that we created, a high-level steering committee. We make sure that the head, the chair of the steering committee, in fact there were two chairs, right? One was obviously Ministry of Trade and Industry, because these are the champion for businesses. The other guy, Ministry of Finance, because it owns the money, right? So these two co-chair. And in this committee there were a whole group of CEOs that were responsible for their statutory boards that had a fair amount of licenses that needs to be addressed. So you have Ministry of Trade Industry, you have Ministry of Finance, co-chairing with all the CEOs. So this formed a high-level steering committee. And in this steering committee, we tabled, the core team tabled, so the core team acted as secretarial support as well. Tabled the list of key outcomes. Example, one of the key outcomes that we put in was eliminate 10% of all startup licenses. Back then in 2001, we didn't know whether it's possible. We didn't know whether it's possible, right? But we put it in because we felt that at the end of the day, no interaction with the government is actually the best interaction. You think about it.
It's a great idea.
Right? If I don't need to go to the government, don't go. Right? So no interaction is the best interaction. So one of the key outcomes was to eliminate 10% of all startup licenses. And we did that. Another key outcome, can we reduce 50% of the licenses, the application form, if it's a form with 8 pages? Can we throw a blanket statement as a stretch goal to say that this 8 pages of form becomes 4 pages? We didn't know how to achieve it, but this was a stretch goal and we achieved it. Sometimes it's really about stretching yourself, go into the unfamiliar territory, and then find a way, by hook or by crook, to make it happen. The KPIs force us to look at ways differently. So questions that we had was, is this license necessary? In fact, that was the first question that we approached agencies. Hence, you know that I wasn't very popular with a lot of government agencies, because the first question I asked is this license necessary? Right? And then they'll obviously say, yes, right. Are you joking? I'll share you some of the verbal things that they gave me. I'm sure this is everywhere. Right? And then I asked, can it be removed, etc. And you notice on top of this slide, the first thing we target was, can we eliminate? If it's not necessary, and let me show you an example. In Singapore, the last rubber plantation was 60 years ago. Last time somebody applied for a rubber plantation, 60 years ago. But 7 years ago, there was still a government agency administering rubber plantation license. Can you imagine? So this is an obvious case that it needs to go. Right? Nobody is applying, and there's no more land in Singapore for rubber plantation. And somebody is still keeping the form. Right? So this is what I meant by the need to eliminate the unnecessary. And that if you cannot eliminate the unnecessary because it's necessary due to legislation, and a lot of licenses are, then the next part of the slide is, can we simplify, can we reduce? And what I mean by simplify or reduce is the steps in processing. Right? Does it need to go through many different levels of approvals? Sometimes we realize that why does it need to go to 8 levels of approvals? Is 3 sufficient? And that was a best practice that we tried to push. Can it be 3? If it's more than 3, please justify to us. Can a data fields be removed by 50%? Tell me why it cannot be done. Can a fees be reduced? Tell me why it cannot be done. Can processing time be reduced? Tell me if you tell me it cannot be done. Show to me why it cannot be done. And list goes on. And only once we have gone through this process with each and every single agency that we work with, then we will then put that and automate that onto the e-licensing system. And as you know, there are different licenses covering various sectors. What we did was we created something called molds, right? Just like if you bake a cake, you use a mold, right? Why we needed to use a mold concept, and maybe I'll explain what the mold concept is. A mold concept is basically a generic license workflow. You apply, you go through certain steps, approve, go there, and the list goes on. So this is a step in terms of starting applying for a license. So we had a mold for applying for a license. It's a generic template, so to speak, a generic step based on certain best practices. We had one for amending, because once you apply, you need to amend as well, right? And then one for renewals, because licenses do need to renew every once or twice in a year, right? And then sometimes business come and go, there's a need for termination as well. So we created 4 molds, right? And we brought these molds to each agency. And after understood their needs, their licensing needs, their administration needs, we asked them, try and fit into this mold. Right? Tell me why you cannot fit into this mold. Mold, M-O-L-D, template, it's a template. Right? And the agency said, no, I don't think it can be done, no way, ours is too different, no, I don't think it's possible, etc. And let me share you how we overcome some of this. And the reason why we need to create these templates or molds is because if we don't, what will happen is we will end up creating 20, 30 different licensing systems. And then there will be no economies of scale. Right? We will just be mushrooming multiple licensing systems for each and every single agency. And that's not what we want to do. What we wanted to do is to create one licensing front for our businesses. And of course, going to agencies telling them to eliminate licenses, going agencies tell them to conform to molds, we were not the most welcomed people. So the core team faced many, many different challenges. These were some of the more polite ones that they have given us, right? Those that I can publish online. This is no problem. Why bother? We hardly get complaints. Don't change, please, right? Things have been working fine in the last 20 years. Don't bother me, right? This policy was agreed in the past. Don't mention it now, right? So we had a lot of this. And I think these comments are just human, right? It's about change. And there are always resistance to change I think this cuts across culture. This cuts across geographic boundaries. And in order to change, we need to dish out our secret weapons or secret sauces. Let me show you some of our secret sauces. We mentioned earlier on the 3 key things we need to do: core team, governance structure, and landscape to understand, right, the licenses. So we heavily utilize the governance structure to our advantage. When agencies are not complying, they're saying, I can't do it, not possible, etc. So the core team, what happens is the core team will approach, a team of us will approach each agency, and in the next 2 to 3 weeks, we'll have discussions with them, understand their licensing needs, etc. And then we'll share them the template. Can you change, etc.? These are the best practices. If they say okay, which is a rare case, right? They say, great, let's implement. But most of the cases, cannot be done, please, no, don't touch me, right? And then what we'll do is, okay, no problem, it's okay, it's fine, let's not kick up a fuss. Let me invite you to the steering committee, right? You can present your case why you can't change. We will present our case why we think you can change. And then we let the steering committee decide, right? The steering committee are usually very, very fair. So what happens is usually when we invite the agency that claims that nothing can be done, after a couple of days after telling them to go to the steering committee, they will tell us that, I think we probably can make some changes here. I think let's go into implementation. And then there are certain cases where it's genuine, that it's very difficult to change. We'll table our reasons. And there are some instances where the steering committee accepted the agency's perspective on why it cannot change. Right? But because of this secret weapon, we call it the court, because it's literally like, I go there and then I have to present my case and they have to present the case. It has helped to capture 80% of the cases where it's impossible to change. Second secret weapon, Ronnie has previously talked about this as well. we present the report card to this committee of permanent secretaries. Permanent secretary in Singapore is basically the top man that's heading the ministry. So we have all these permanent secretaries seated around the table, very serious committee, and the head of civil service chairs the committee. We present the report card, as Ronnie mentioned, it's color-coded. The ones that are in green, obviously, head civil service will tell the permanent secretary, I think you did a wonderful job, they're very supportive. And the ones that are ranked low, usually there's no mention about it. Right? Usually it's quite silent. And I think silent means a lot sometimes. And what happens, as Ronnie also has described, is that we will get phone calls, right? From the permanent secretary, somebody down the line will call us and say that, I think we've got certain orders to expedite the pace to make some changes. But even that is also not sufficient. Let me introduce the third secret weapon. This speech and many other speeches were made back by our Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Lee Hsien Loong, now of course our Prime Minister, during the launch of our second e-government action plan on 15 July 2003. So you can imagine him, back then Deputy Prime Minister, addressing all the senior government leaders, telling them, using the OBLS, the Online Business Licensing Service, there's no need to fill up different forms from the business perspective at various government agencies. No, he then urged all the government leaders to strive to make things as convenient as possible for the customer, rather than making things easy for the agency. And he urged all agencies to deliver more convenience and more cost savings to the public. And guess what? This didn't happen by chance. The core team actually wrote this and put it at the right speech. And not only did that, consistently drive messages at certain public speaking events so that the government officers gets the mindset change that even the top political leaders wants things to happen for the country. Right? So of course, after some of these speeches are made, the next couple of days when we visit agencies, they smile a bit more, right? Okay. Now, it would be a pity if we did all the elimination, simplification, and reduction, and nobody uses it. Then it becomes a white elephant. The money invested, time invested will all go wasted. So at a very early juncture, we started looking at adoption strategies. And adoption strategies is what we refer as usage. Right? So we worked with multiple government agencies, all the business-related ones that had licenses, right, to promote the coming of this new e-service. In fact, this is one of the advertisements that we placed in many parts of Singapore. You notice one licenses, right? It's really to capture the attention. It's really one form for multiple licenses. So one licenses. So it's like, government spelling error, yeah. Oh, now I understand. It's using one form. You can apply for many multiple licenses, right? So this is, in a way to catch attention, right? And not only that, what we did was we worked with the libraries, because a lot of people go to libraries. We worked with business associations. We worked with private sector companies to promote the upcoming of this new service, to spread the message, the value of this e-service. And of course, what we did was we also created brochures, posters, and pasted in many parts of Singapore. Sometimes in Singapore, you see a double-decker bus, and at the side, you'll see advertisements on some government new e-services. That's what we do. And of course, we participated in many roadshows. We actually organize sessions where we go to some of the places that have more businesses, and then we open our laptops and then start educating, sharing the value of this new coming service with the business community. Okay, now this is actually a cut and paste from one of our project documents. Don't worry about the content. What I would like to highlight is this. Just focus on the vertical lines coming down, right? Initially, we started the conceptualization in August 2001. A substantial amount of time was spent on policy and BPR reviews. But you notice that we didn't wait for everything to end. Then we started implementation. We broke down in batches, right? So we reviewed 5 licenses first, and we then started the implementation. And you notice that there were many vertical lines at the bottom. each vertical line represents a public launch. A public launch. So you may ask, why have so many public launches? And the reason is this. We wanted to design quick wins. We wanted to demonstrate success because not everybody believed initially. Some people say, no way, no, how can this be successful? It's too difficult, right? How to break down barriers, etc. We wanted to design quick wins. We wanted to show visible outcomes. We wanted to publicly celebrate successes with our partners, right? Create the momentum that this is happening, and then scale fast. Guess what? People that didn't believe in this project started calling us and said they want to participate because nobody wants to be the last. Right? And in this design, it's basically designed for quick wins. Show outcomes fast, celebrate those successes publicly so that we can build the momentum to scale fast. And as a result of all these efforts in terms of elimination, simplification, and reduction, there were cost savings for businesses. So you can see in this case, it's dropped down for company incorporation from a range of 1,002 to 35,000 to 300 flat fee. Right? And for liquor license, it's gone down from 2,000 to 800. And equally important to cost reduction, in fact, sometimes even more important, is time savings. You notice that in some of the examples here, the time required by agencies to process has gone now from weeks to days, days to hours, and sometimes even days to minutes. It didn't happen by chance. There was really deliberate business process re-engineering driven by the fact that these common KPIs, key performance indicators, are set and agreed by all the political leaders. And then that drove the mindset that we need to have more transformational changes rather than superficial changes. And in 05, we have 85 licenses that you can apply. The average processing time has been reduced from 21 working days to 8 days, of which 43% can be applied and approved within 3 working days. And in summary, the Singapore experience, well, ICT, as you can see, is an obvious strategic enabler in our economic development, and government here plays a very critical role in leading in the exploitation of ICT, showing the possibility, creating convenience. And we are constantly on the move to go ahead in terms of e-services to our customers and citizens by really focusing on the citizens' needs, right? Constantly asking them, how can we better improve our services? And then to deliver our services from their perspective, and many times from their perspective is really a whole of government perspective rather than from an agency perspective. And of course, for this to happen, we need a strong governance structure. We need the support of various people from the top all the way down to the working level to successfully move ahead. With that, I shall now open it up for questions.
Should we maybe go to...
Maybe we should...
Thank you, Mr. Sebastian. Stimați colegi, în principiu...
Dear colleagues, in principle, after hearing this report, in principle, I have a series of questions. I have even noted down some of my questions. And I wanted to emphasize some of the measures that we have taken. That, in principle, the issue is complex. We cannot say that we can simplify the licensing procedure, but on the other hand, there will be other barriers that would be time wasting. As to the launching a business, we have reduced as short as possible the period for opening a limited liability company. But on the other hand, the opening of a bank account, after the opening, we send a letter to the fiscal authority about this, and it takes about 10 days. So I think we need to work on the other aspects as well. I looked into the second report, and I see that it is necessary for about 2 months to open a new
new business. You can open a limited liability company in 24 hours, but then for the licensing for opening a bank account, it takes almost a month. As to the licensing, I want to say that we already started to reorganize the licensing chamber, to restructure it. One of the opinions were that the licensing chamber was not a mobile entity and a flexible entity. There was one person responsible for one area, regardless of anything else, and one person was responsible for processing 2,000 licenses and the other for 300 licenses. And because of that, we have restructured the licensing chamber, and we divided into 3 categories: business area, services, and special services. Out of 54 licenses that we used to have, we have remained with 28. Indeed, there are special types of activities that need to be licensed because they incur certain risks for the society, but there are some types of activities that have no risk, no impact on the population or on the environment, and that is why we think it was necessary to liberalize this activity. That is why we think it is important that we change also the procedure of the licensing. So it is not necessary for a person who applied for a license to wait for somebody to come to verify whether they comply with the criteria. We said that you make a statement that you meet all the conditions and then you receive the license. And if subsequent control shows that you don't comply with the conditions, then you need to be held responsible. What I wanted to say is that we understand that we need to liberalize various things, but there are also other perspectives which the reporter mentioned, is the culture and the objectivity. We need to be honest here. We have 2 great issues that we need to work on, and we don't know how to solve them yet. The first one is as to the promotion tools. I wanted to say that with the assistance of the World Bank, we started working on a project on a Moldova Invest portal that was supposed to become an interactive map with all the rayons, where an investor would open the portal, accesses one rayon, Kaushane. They can see all the information, what are the facilities, what are the office spaces that can be rented, etc. This program was not finalized yet, but I hope that we will be able to finalize in 2-3 months. As to the promotion of experts, indeed, I asked myself just now, why any country has a site by China, by Vietnam, by Romania, and we don't have such a site where we could promote Moldovan products. I think that this is a very good idea, actually. At the same time, and another important thing is that I wanted to ask you for advice, is that we have 150,000 registered companies in different legal forms. If you make an analysis to see how many of them are operational, you would see that only 40 of them are operational. So we asked ourselves, how can we find a solution when a person is registered as a legal entity and after 4 to 5 years, if the company doesn't operate anymore, then the company is liquidated and the statutory capital is returned to the owners. So we can see that this company is no longer operational. I don't know how to deal with this. Maybe we should put a fee for that, not a big one. Maybe if the liquidation period for a company were all exceeded, how should we need to see what companies are operational and which companies are not. It is important that, let's be honest, that the situation of Moldova and in general the companies from the former Soviet countries their culture is very different from European countries. The essence is that you have everything concentrated, focused in Singapore. We'll have 33 rayons in Moldova. I'm sorry for interrupting you. I am known as a very provoking person. You said at the beginning of the speech, you said a golden thing, that we need to prepare our homework. We have started our we started a very ambitious exercises. We went through regulation guillotine, and we are talking about a third one. That we need, but we need to admit that we have to repeat the same thing, and we're not very often able to finalize something that we started. I asked Sebastian to show us a form that probably went through very quickly. It is a form that is used to facilitate the communication process between businesses and government. If you look at it, you can see that it is the subject, the agency, the regulation that causes the problem, the impact on the enterprise, and the actions or measures or proposals of the enterprise to improve. We need to learn to communicate in the same way as the guillotines that we had. In many cases, people say that the situation even gets worse because certain documents that existed in the form of ministry letters were switched into government decisions or even laws, and they were institutionalized. And what our colleagues from Singapore showed us today is a totally new approach. We are doubting, putting under doubt everything, and our objective is to simplify. Maybe to a certain extent this is a test, because if you have a form that has 4 pages and your aim is to have 2 pages for that form, you need to think very hard about how would you do it. Now I would like to ask our colleagues from Washington to participate to this dialogue, because they do have a global experience and they have seen how things happen in 183 countries. And of course we need to listen to the people in this room, because they are the ones that take the risk every day and that are doing the business.
Does this mean that Washington has the floor at the moment?
Oh, we can't
hear you.
We can't hear you, Victor.
Victor, could you switch on the speaker?
No, we can't. No, there is no sound.
We have no sound. We cannot hear you. But I guess we can begin in the interest of time.
Oh yeah, okay.
Okay, now we are fine.
We have sound now.
The good echo.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for excellent presentation. I think it pretty much sums up all the world best practices as far as developing a comprehensive IT government solution for the businesses to start and operate smoothly. I would just like to say a couple of words about the top 30 countries that are ranked highly in the Doing Business report. If you look at the list, you will notice larger countries such as New Zealand, Canada, UK, small island states such as Singapore itself, Mauritius, countries, rich countries, OECD countries, and middle-income countries, some of kind of old rich economies, some new economies that just joined European Union, such as the Baltic countries. Then we have, for example, a country like Georgia, which has not advanced as far on the ICT front yet. Still, it ranks very highly. It's number 11th in the world on the ease of doing business as measured by the Doing Business project. So what are the kind of the key features of all these different groups? Well, first group, of course, it's Singapore, Hong Kong, Canada, New Zealand, United States. All these countries feature this comprehensive approach, as we just seen from the Singaporean presentation. Here we see a system that connects all government agencies and forms this unified database, while all information about transactions, about the entrepreneur comes and being stored. I think Moldova today is in a very advantageous position because your e-governance project has just been started. So you do not have much work to be redone or systems to be redesigned. A couple of weeks ago, we had our colleagues from the Washington, D.C. city government presenting to the Doing Business team, and they shared with us their experience on integrating all different government databases here in the city. The whole process took over 5 years and was very expensive. So that happened in a country which already has 100% internet penetration. All the government agencies were already fully computerized and had fiber optics throughout the town. My point here is that before any of the agencies in Moldova would start engaging in the e-government ICT process, it would be very much advantageous to develop a plan that would cover all relevant agencies. And first of all, as our colleague from Singapore mentioned, to go through the business reengineering exercise. This is what Georgia is doing right now. First of all, the comprehensive plan was created, mapping out processes in all the relevant agencies. Then the process was simplified and aligned, just as it has been done in Singapore. Actually, I think most of the former Soviet Union countries that went down the ICT route visited Singapore and learned from Singapore's experiences. With this, I will pass the microphone on to my colleague Alexandra, who wanted to share with you a couple of examples from the ECHO region.
Thank you, Svetlana. Just to follow up on a couple of ideas that have been already mentioned, the Doing Business report, our team this year has been focusing on trying to find out and to understand what are the consequences of implementing reforms in the ICT domain with regard to the development of the private sector, and in particular with the indicators that we're measuring. And why are we looking at this? So it's obvious we're trying to find out if implementation of ICT systems is actually, what would be the impact, what would be the positive effects that this type of new technology would bring to make the life of the businesses easier. Now, we've seen the case of Singapore, and it is amazing. The presentation was very interesting and refreshing. But we do keep in mind that it starts from a basic level, and sometimes, as Svetlana was mentioning, it starts with a good solid electronic database. It can go further to submitting, to presenting online forms. It can even go further to having access to, for example, business names, and to be able for businesses when they want to start up to check their names online. And finally, of course, the best form of this type of technology would be to have the online registration. A couple of facts, and to show you a little bit how ICT affects not only startups but also other aspects like land registry or for example, taxes. Starting with startups, in Azerbaijan, for example, the number of companies who started registering after the electronic system was set in place increased with 40%. In Slovenia, for example, after the implementation of the system, of an electronic system, online electronic system, the administrative costs were reduced by 70%. That means a 10 million euro savings was possible due to this system. In terms of land registry, for example, Bosnia-Herzegovina now has seen an increase of 33% in terms of transfer titles that have been registered in the electronic database. And for example, in Bulgaria, it's 15% of the territory has been already included in this systematic electronic system. My point is, it starts with little, but it's a very powerful tool that affects widely the entire government structure and can have multiple side positive effects, both in terms of costs and savings. Thank you. I will pass on to my colleagues from the Reform Unit.